Second reading of the Renters Reform Bill, Baroness Swinburne.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. I would like to start by thanking those peers who have already taken an interest in this bill, and indeed those of you who have worked to improve the private rented sector over many years. The Renters Reform Bill brings forward the most significant changes to the sector for 30 years. And for England's 11 million tenants, representing some 4.6 million private rented sector households, the bill provides the robust protections needed to increase security and standards, helping people put down roots in their communities and keep jobs and build careers in their local areas. We are supporting England's 2 million landlords and recognising the importance of privately rented homes to our economy. This bill will give good landlords the confidence to let their properties, equipping them with the tools needed to charge a fair rent and reclaim their properties when they need to, whilst also driving out rogue and bad actors who undercut the majority. The government has worked closely with those across the sector and across political parties to ensure our measures strike the right balance. I will now move to the specific content of the bill and outline the ways in which, when taken together, this package of reforms will support responsible landlords and tenants alike. The measure noble lords will be most familiar with is the abolition of Section 21 evictions. We know that the threat of a Section 21 eviction can make tenants feel very insecure in their homes, and with good reason. Unexpected evictions can cause real financial difficulty and interrupt employment and schooling for parents and children. By removing Section 21, we are helping tenants to feel settled and to challenge poor practices if their landlord is not meeting their basic responsibilities. We recognise that the vast majority of landlords provide an excellent service, and in the absence of Section 21, it is important that they have the confidence they can get their properties back. That is why, alongside abolishing Section 21, we will strengthen Section 8 possession grounds. Landlords will be able to get their properties back if their circumstances change, for example, when they are selling or moving into their property. We are also protecting landlords and expediting their ability to evict those who disrupt neighbourhoods through the evils of antisocial behaviour, as well as introducing new grounds for persistent rent arrears. And to protect tenants, where there are more complex circumstances, such as breach of tenancy conditions, the grounds will remain discretionary, so that judges can consider whether it is reasonable to evict tenants. After listening to concerns from the sector, we have also made changes to protect the functioning of the student market by introducing a new ground for possession to ensure that student landlords can continue to offer tenancies which align with the academic year. And to further protect people from homelessness, as well as abolishing Section 21, we will make sure tenants still have certainty that a homelessness prevention duty will be owed when a valid Section 8 possession notice is served. This means that vulnerable households will continue to receive support while the threat of homelessness remains. The strengthened grounds are fair, comprehensive and efficient. In summary, it is reasonable for landlords to regain their property when they need to, but rightly, they should give tenants a specific reason for ending a tenancy, rather than being able to secure possession simply to avoid the responsibilities of being a good landlord. We are also simplifying the tenancy system by abolishing fixed-term tenancies and moving to a system of periodic tenancies. Fixed terms lock in both tenants and landlords, even when their circumstances change, on a property of poor quality. Much has been said and written about fixed terms, and not always accurately. It is important to acknowledge that while under a fixed term, tenants cannot end the tenancy, and landlords cannot evict them using Section 21. However, at the end of a fixed-term contract, it does not automatically end, and to regain possession, a landlord still needs to issue a notice and apply to the court if the tenant doesn't leave. In the new system, either party will be able to end the tenancy when they need to, after the minimum 6-month initial period at the start of a new tenancy. The Government is also exploring potential exemptions to the minimum 6-month initial period where it is absolutely necessary for the tenant to end the tenancy early. And this could, for example, include when a tenant has died, instances of domestic abuse, or where a landlord has not remedied a serious health hazard such as severe damp or mould. We remain committed to abolishing Section 21 as quickly as possible. However, we should be clear that delivering a smooth transition to the new system is essential, so tenants understand their rights and landlords have the confidence to remain and to invest in this important sector. This is why we've committed to ensuring the county courts are ready to deal with our tenancy reforms so that landlords and tenants can benefit from a modern, efficient possession system. To ensure the courts are ready, we will work with the Lord Chancellor to assess the readiness of the county courts ahead of abolishing Section 21 for existing tenancies. To help illustrate this, it may be helpful for me to explain what needs to happen to prepare for the new tenancy system. Following royal assent, a raft of secondary legislation is needed to switch on the Section 21 ban alongside important consequential amendments to other legislation. Guidance has been developed so that the sector is fully prepared for the new system. Court rules and systems need updating to reflect these new rules. And we have already committed to align changes to the tenancy system with improvements in the courts. We are working closely with the Ministry of Justice and His Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service to digitise the county court possession system, and we're investing some £11 million this year to design this new digital system. Other target areas for improvement include the prioritisation of certain serious cases, such as antisocial behaviour, and improving bailiff enforcement by enhancing recruitment and retention practices. We will also provide early legal advice and better signposting for tenants. My Lords, while we know that a majority of landlords provide an excellent service for their tenants, the Government is committed to providing tenants with free and easy access to redress where their complaint has not been dealt with as it should be by their landlord. That is why the bill allows for a new private rented sector landlord ombudsman. The ombudsman will have strong powers to support tenants, including being able to compel unscrupulous landlords to take or cease action, issue an apology or an explanation, and to award compensation where needed. And for the vast majority of landlords who provide a quality service, the Ombudsman will have the power to dismiss vexatious complaints, protecting landlords from malicious or unfounded complaints. It will also mean fewer cases will need to be dealt with in the courts, further reducing burdens on the judicial system. In the other place, we set out the Government's preferred provider for this service at this time, which will be the existing Housing Ombudsman, which already provides redress for the social rented sector. While no final decision has been made, the Housing Ombudsman is uniquely placed to deliver a single, streamlined service for both social and private tenants. Homes should be where we feel comfortable and safe, but for some tenants, the rooms and homes that they live in, the stairs that they climb and the air that they breathe can be a clear and present danger. To improve quality and drive up standards, we are introducing a decent home standard in the private rented sector for the first time. This will ensure that all tenants have access to the safe and decent homes that they deserve. It will also support the Government's aim to reduce the number of non-decent homes by 50% by 2030. We know that the vast majority of landlords already provide decent housing and a good service for their tenants. The decent home standards will help good landlords by simplifying and clarifying requirements while providing local councils with effective and proportionate enforcement powers to deal with the minority, and I stress the minority, who do not meet their obligations. It is imperative that we get the new standard right, ensuring it is both proportionate and fair. We're working closely with the sector to co-design the standard and make sure the balance is right between the landlords and tenants. We will set out our proposals for the standard in due course. This bill will also introduce a new property portal which will set out landlords' responsibilities clearly in one place and support tenants to make more informed choices. It will also support local authorities by providing them with the information and tools they need to support enforcement and drive out the bad actors from the private rented sector. To ensure the new property portal works with existing requirements, we will review how it interacts with selective and HMO licensing. This includes how we can reduce administrative burdens and make the system more effective for landlords, tenants and local authorities. Now, blanket bans on letting to families with children or people who receive benefits have no place in a fair and modern housing market. People are much more than their benefit status, and no family is identical. Everyone in the private rented sector is entitled to access a safe and decent home, and landlords should consider prospective tenants on that individual basis. That is why this bill will also ensure no family is unjustly discriminated against when looking for a place to live. We are making it illegal for landlords and agents to have blanket bans on renting to people who receive benefits or families with children. The bill will address both overt discriminatory practices such as no DSS adverts and indirect practices designed to intentionally prevent someone entering a tenancy. Working with devolved administrations, we intend to extend these measures to Wales and Scotland, further protecting vulnerable tenants from discrimination. Everyone has the right to make the house they rent a home, and pets for many are part of that, which is why we are making sure that private landlords do not unreasonably withhold consent when a tenant requests to have a pet in their home, and we will give tenants the right to challenge unreasonable refusals. We know that some landlords are concerned about potential damage caused by pets, so landlords will be allowed to require insurance covering pet damage. This will provide landlords with reassurances that any damage caused by a pet can be taken care of, with the responsibility for damage caused by a pet falling explicitly to the tenant. All of the changes I have set out today must be underpinned by a robust, proportionate and effective enforcement framework. That is why we are extending Council's powers to collect and retain revenue for future enforcement work from financial penalties against landlords who flout the rules. Local authorities will be able to issue fines of up to £30,000 in the most serious cases, with the alternative of a criminal prosecution. We're also introducing enhanced investigatory powers that will make it easier for local councils to obtain financial information from bad landlords when seeking to build a case against them for a suspected abuse. We understand that supporting local authorities to deliver these functions is critical, and that is why we will ensure additional burdens created by the new system are fully funded and local councils are able to keep the revenue they receive from the civil penalties ring-fenced for further enforcement activity. My Lords, I hope we can bring to the scrutiny of this bill a shared perspective that when it works best, the private rental sector can deliver both a stable home and a healthy return for investors. This bill seeks to support these aims by providing a comprehensive, balanced package of measures that will meet the needs of the sector for the 21st century. This bill will give tenants the protections and security they need to feel truly at home in their communities, and give landlords the confidence that if they do the right thing, they can be rewarded by providing those very homes. My Lords, I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to open this debate for the opposition, and can I thank the Noble Baroness, the Minister, for her very comprehensive introduction and for all the time she's taken in meeting with us prior to the bill coming to the House. Given the expectations generated among renters that the bill will make improvements to their situation, it is of considerable regret that the government has dragged its heels in getting it through the other place. The bill finished its Commons Committee stage last November, but did not return for report until last month. And in the meantime, the concessions made considerably watered down the initial potential. However, as the bill does deliver some improvements, it is not our intention to hold things up any further. It's also very regrettable that the government appears to have put the priorities of some grumpy backbench MPs, and I don't blame them for being grumpy, but there you are, before the needs of millions of aspirational renters. People who simply want the secure, affordable and comfortable home they have every right to expect. Yeah. For a fifth of UK households, over 4.6 million people, who live in private rented housing in England, this bill held out a great deal of promise that they would see much needed fundamental reforms of the sector. But, as the Local Government Association put it, we argued for the bill to go further in supporting tenants' rights and providing stronger regulatory and enforcement powers, and for government to ensure sufficient funding for councils to enforce these measures. However, during the common stages, concessions were made on a number of these key measures, and the bill no longer lives up to its stated intention of creating a fairer and more secure private rented sector. That's a quote from the LGA's briefing. And apologies, I should have declared my interest as a Vice President of the LGA. Can I start by thanking the many organisations that have sent through briefings, met with us and expressed their concerns about the bill. Too many to mention all of them, but a particular thank you to the LGA, the Renters Reform Coalition, Generation Rent and the National Resident and Landlords Association, to Shelter and Crisis, Citizens Advice, London's councils, Universities UK, Battersea Dogs and Cats Home and the Law Society for keeping us informed of their campaigns and for their views on the bill. Unfortunately, and at a risk of sounding like a stuck record on legislation I've dealt with in your Lordship's House, the reforms that this bill delivers come hand in hand with a missed opportunity to improve the situation of the UK's growing band of renters. Of course, there are some elements of the bill that are very welcome. It changes possession grounds, introduces compulsory periodic tenancies, extends the Decent Home Standard, introduces a new ombudsman and a property portal, as well as introducing the right for tenants to keep a pet, a very important right. And can I say, we very much welcome the Noble Baroness, the Minister's comments about blanket bans. She is absolutely correct in saying they have no place in a modern housing system. But there are other key elements that have been watered down while in the Commons. Absolutely critically and of fundamental importance are the barriers put in place to delay the commencement of the abolition of the punitive and much abused Section 21 no-fault evictions. Recent figures show that more than 80,000 households have been threatened with homelessness and have had to approach their local authority for support following a Section 21 eviction notice since the government's 2019 pledge to end these. As the charity Crisis tell us, this equates to 52 households a day being threatened with homelessness. In my time as a councillor, I saw the dreadful impact of that on families. Having to move at short notice is incredibly expensive. The Renters Reform Coalition estimate each move costs around £1,700. I think that's quite a low estimate. These moves disrupt employment and education, shatter connection with communities and family support. Indeed, it has a particular impact on vulnerable children. Imagine spending months trying to get your child with special needs into a suitable school and then being evicted from the home that is near that school. It also takes a terrible toll on people's health and mental health, with parents often feeling guilty that they are not able to provide the stability which they know would benefit their children. And there is the very significant economic cost to this, as families present as homeless to their local council. We know the cost of temporary and emergency accommodation has risen to £1.74 billion and is consuming around 30 to 40% of net revenue budgets for some local authorities. So it was surely time for a definitive ban on Section 21 no-fault evictions, but recent amendments made in the other place just kick the can down the road. The bill now requires the Lord Chancellor to publish an assessment on the readiness of the courts. Of course, the court system must work effectively to get decisions made in a timely way for the benefit of both tenants and landlords. But, my lords, having made this pledge 5 years ago, why was this work not already underway or even thought about until the final stages of the bill? So what we are left now is an indefinite timeline for court reform, and although the Noble Baroness, the Minister, has given us some indication of the steps necessary today, no clear route map to say what needs to change, how it will be done and funded, and families left with a sword of Damocles-like evictions still hanging over them. The Secretary of State repeated his pledge this weekend that this court reform would be completed before the general election. So can I ask the Noble Baroness, the Minister, which general election is he actually referring to? We really think it is shameful that the government did not have the courage to face down backbenchers in the Commons on this and put their concerns over the trauma of eviction faced by private renters. We will try again with amendments to enact a ban on Section 21 evictions upon royal assent of the bill, although I suspect this too will have to wait for a Labour government. We have significant concerns about the introduction of what could potentially represent a tenant trap in the bill. One of the key purposes of this legislation was to bring the UK more into line with the longer-term tenancies enjoyed in most other parts of Europe by creating open-ended tenancies. In Germany, for example, the average length of tenancy is 11 years, compared with just over 2 in the UK. So we welcome these more flexible tenancy proposals. However, in a move which runs completely counter to this flexibility, the bill now extends the right to move out from within 2 months' notice from the start of a tenancy to 6 months. This could lead to some real issues in certain circumstances. For example, if the property has been missold and the renter finds themselves living in a property that is not fit for purpose, whether through damp and mould or other maintenance issues, trapped in this way for 6 months could be extremely damaging to their health or that of their family. Yes, there are consumer protections, but these are difficult to enforce and may not be enacted as quickly as would be necessary. Noble Lords know I have a particular passion for supporting victims and survivors of domestic abuse, and indeed set up our local organisation, Stevenage Against Domestic Abuse. It is of great concern, therefore, that victims and survivors may find themselves trapped in a property in a dangerous situation, potentially even with their abuser, because of this 6-month notice period. And we are also concerned there may be other vulnerabilities, such as mental health issues, which make it inappropriate to force this fixed period on certain tenants. So could the Noble Baroness, the Minister, tell us whether she feels there may be some scope to amend the bill to allow for those exceptions? Domestic abuse and support charities are also very concerned that the vague definition of antisocial behaviour as a ground for eviction could lead to victims being evicted on ASB grounds while still undergoing their trauma. We have outstanding concerns about why the government has not used the opportunity of this bill to extend the provision of AWAB's law to the private rental sector. It seems nonsensical that protected provisions introduced for the social rented sector to give more tenants more power to have issues like damp and mould rectified are not available to those in private rented properties or in army properties, as we heard debated earlier today in your Lordship's House. My noble friend Lord Khan has detailed knowledge of this and will say more during his intervention later in the debate. Like many noble lords, I've been lobbied very heavily by student bodies regarding the provision to exempt landlords of student properties from the move away from fixed-term tenancies. We understand the purpose of this. However, as Universities UK have pointed out, there may be significant unintended consequences here. And to quote Universities UK, we note the government's amendment would see landlords serving notice between the 1st of June and the 30th of September. This is welcome, as it would not be in the interest of students if landlords could evict tenants at any point in the year. However, given the increased diversity of how and when courses are delivered, there will be some courses which are inappropriate for this model. The government should consult with the higher education sector to identify where this is a case and what amendments can be made. Students and professionals in higher education have made the point very strongly to me that there may, for example, be students who cannot live at home, care leavers, for example, and need longer tenancies than an academic year. For those whose study pattern is different to the traditional undergraduate pattern, if this is too rigid, it may cause significant problems. So can the Noble Baroness, the Minister, outline either what discussions have taken place or will take place with the sector in this regard? In relation to the appointment of the Ombudsman, I know my noble friend Baroness Warwick has some questions about whether there will be a process to appoint the most appropriate body, and I look forward to hearing the response of the Noble Baroness, the Minister, on that. My last specific point is to say we welcome the pet-friendly provisions within the bill, including those that prevent unreasonable refusal of pet requests from tenants. I've seen from personal experience the great health and social benefits that pet ownership can bring. And for those that live alone or have other vulnerabilities, it can be extraordinarily life-enhancing. Passing the legislation would mark a significant step forward for renters across the country who have pets, as well as those who aspire to. But pet charities and organisations, including Battersea Dog and Cat Home, the Cat Protection League, have asked for some strengthening of the bill. For example, shortening the time limit within which landlords must respond to a written pet request from the current 42 days to 28 days, and also giving a presumption of acceptance if no response to a legitimate request is forthcoming. I hope the Noble Baroness the Minister will give due consideration to amendments in this regard. To conclude, my Lords, we have no intention of holding up this bill, as it will put into place some provisions that improve things for renters. But we would have wanted to see a much more fundamental reform, and have called for that for many years, because regardless of whether you are a homeowner, leaseholder or a tenant, we believe everyone has the right to a decent, safe, secure and affordable home. And hopefully a Labour government will soon be able to build on the foundations put in place by this bill. In the meantime, I very much look forward to the debate today and to hearing the government's response.
My Lord, I remind the House of my relevant interests as a councillor, a Vice President of the Local Government Association, and as an accidental landlord. And I too thank all the groups who have provided very informative briefings on a wide range of issues, which I and my colleague Baroness Thornhill have found immensely useful. There is much in this bill that we support. Legislation that rebalances the rights and responsibilities of landlords and tenants in the private rented sector is long overdue. And the context, though, in which this bill is being debated is important. Much has changed in the rental sector since the Housing Act of 1988. The private rented sector has continued to grow with, according to the latest figures from the ONS, 5 million households renting from a private landlord, the equivalent of 20% of the housing market, whereas 17% or 4.2 million households are renting in the social housing sector. And the private rented sector has doubled since 2002. The stark facts are that private rent is, for many households, especially families with children, the only option. Even 20 years ago, for those families on low incomes, the first choice would be social housing. Rents are within the local housing allowance in social housing, and there is a much higher degree of security. This is not to deny that some social housing fails to be of a decent standard and that some social landlords neglect the needs of their tenants. However, the right to buy legislation without the right to build replacement housing has resulted in a very large reduction in social housing, putting the most vulnerable households at risk of homelessness or having very limited or often no choice as to where to live. The solution to this fundamental problem is not provided by this bill. What is needed is for a substantial increase in the number of homes for social rent to be built every year. This is not so-called affordable housing. The vast majority of homes provided through that route are not for social rent. The government has a much vaunted principle of choice for consumers. Tenants needing housing at a social rent are not given that choice. Can the Noble Baroness the Minister explain why the government denies a choice of housing at a social rent for so many families in need? I'll be more positive now. Many of the changes in this bill are positive, though they don't go far enough, as my noble friend Baroness Thornhill will demonstrate. The key change must be the abolition of Section 21 eviction notices without any delay. The disruption to family life of the constant need to find another rental property is not considered anywhere near enough by this bill. Children having to change schools on a regular basis because of the insecurity of tenure must be a thing of the past. Ending Section 21 and implementing the Decent Homes Standards are absolutely key to this bill. Apart from the fundamental policy changes that the bill offers, there are inevitably consequences on areas of housing provision that may not be fully recognised by the bill as it stands. As my colleague in the other place, Liberal Democrat Helen Morgan MP, brought to the House in their discussions about this decent standard housing standard being required for military accommodation. And the government gave a commitment to Helen Morgan that they would bring forward an amendment to do so. We on these benches look forward to that amendment being brought by the government at committee. The first of the issues that I want to raise, first one is about student accommodation. Now, at report stage in the Commons, the government introduced new provisions regarding student accommodation, as the Noble Barrister Minister outlined. And this has the effect of enabling landlords of student accommodation to ensure that student tenancies end with the academic year. Now, I ought to say perhaps that I am Vice Chair of the Council of the University of Huddersfield. And I know that many courses start in January. And many courses, particularly master degree courses, are of 15 months in length. And many students, particularly international students, need permanency in their accommodation. So what I would like to hear from the Noble Barrister Minister is what protections are there for these students? And can the Minister explain the reasons for expecting students to pay 6 months in advance for their accommodation? I turn now to what I hope are the unintended consequences of the bill. With regards to social housing, the National Housing Federation, in their briefing, has raised concerns about the impact of Ground 1B, rent to buy, in the possession orders, as in its current form, it prohibits social landlords from converting rent-to-buy properties into social or affordable rented homes. Perhaps the Minister can consider the concerns from the sector on this, and on the other Ground 6, where social landlords are redeveloping properties. So I'm sure we can overcome these issues, but I do think they are very important to the social landlords. The Domestic Abuse Housing Alliance, in their very helpful briefing, seeks remedies for specific concerns regarding the use of the repossession order, Ground 14, where safeguards are especially needed for the victims of domestic abuse, and Ground 8A regarding rent arrears, where women in controlling relationships may not have the financial oversight of domestic bills and fall foul of that particular reason for repossession. Finally, my lords, there are 10 clauses which give new and statutory responsibilities to local housing authorities. For these reforms to be effective, it is vital that enforcement powers are clearly defined and able to be implemented. Therein lies the crux of the challenge for government. Councils are experiencing very significant financial pressures. Local authority external auditors are regularly making that case. The bill gives councils the right to retain financial penalties, but quite obviously that will be inadequate to fund the enforcement teams necessary. Now, the Noble Baroness and Minister quite rightly pointed out that the new burdens agreement between government and local authorities is to fully fund new duties. However, in practice, I have to say that rarely occurs in full. So the bill relies on strong enforcement. The powers are there, but currently not the means. And I really do look forward to the Noble Baroness, the Minister, reflecting on that, because the whole of the bill depends on enforcement powers being effective. So in conclusion, my Lords, it is good that the bill is tackling some of the long-standing injustices in the sector. However, to be the sea change bill that was promised, it needs to put consideration of individuals and families at the very heart of the bill. And on that important test, currently, the bill fails.
I draw attention to my housing and property interests as on the register. My Lords, this second reading debate provides an opportunity to review the current state of the PRS, the private rented sector, and to consider the impact on this sector of the Renters Reform Bill. Does the bill address the key problems facing renters, and if so, will it fix those problems? A quick look at the private rented sector today. By the late 1980s, the PRS accounted for only some 9% of the nation's homes. Then in the early years of this century, the sector dramatically doubled in size to around 20% of the stock, and it achieved this growth without building virtually any new homes. Two factors propelled this extraordinary turnaround. First, the Housing Act 1988 removed rent controls and security of tenure for new short-hold lettings. This created a profitable opportunity, enhanced by low-interest buy-to-let mortgages for investors. Today there are 2.3 million private landlords. 2.3 million private landlords. Despite tax and regulatory changes to dampen this phenomenon and the recent interest rate hikes, the PRS has continued to sustain its newfound size, bolstered by the shortages that have pushed up prices and rents. The second big change, which has led to today's dependency on the PRS, was the demise of council house building. At its peak, local councils regularly accounted for some 150 to 200,000 new homes built in a single year. The housing associations have only ever built a fraction of these numbers. Along with council house sales under the right to buy, now approaching 2 million homes sold, the social housing sector, that is, councils plus housing associations, has suffered a huge decline from around 34% of the country's housing stock to just 17% today. Those who would have looked to the social housing sector in the past must now turn to private renting instead. Has this switch from social housing to private renting been a success? Although the PRS rents are higher and security is lower, the PRS has provided a satisfactory home for many. But the switch has not helped with the nation's biggest housing problem, supply. There are simply not enough homes to go round. Building new homes has not kept pace with increases in households. And PRS landlords do not build new homes, with the exception of a valuable but modest programme of build-to-rent and purpose-built student accommodation. Rather, private landlords have inevitably outbid others, particularly first-time buyers, to acquire existing properties, which, critics argue, has inflated house prices and led directly to reduced numbers able to become homeowners. We are left with acute housing shortages, which only a big expansion of social housing can fix. However, the bill does try to address other serious criticisms of the private rented sector. These criticisms are, put simply, that landlords can, and some do, take advantage of the acute housing shortages and lack of options, that the power imbalance between landlord and tenant means renters have had to put up with rents that absorb half their incomes, with poor conditions and appalling service, all because they have nowhere else to go. And underpinning this imbalance is the constant threat, whether articulated or not, of retaliatory eviction, whereby the landlord can get rid of a complaining tenant through the notorious Section 21 no-fault eviction route. Now, the bill takes some important steps to correct the landlord-tenant imbalance. It does not have much to say about affordability of rents, because it is a fundamental characteristic of a private rented sector that rents are set by the market. As economists frequently tell us, tough rent controls could lead to an exodus of landlords, while a gentle reduction in the size of an overextended PRS could rebalance the sectors. Too many landlords exiting the market at the same time because of controls on rents would create chaos. However, the bill does seek to block rent increases in excess of market levels, to stymie an underhand way of forcing a tenant out when no legitimate grounds exist. On other matters, the bill has some valuable ingredients. Landlords will have to meet a set of decent standards, which will be established to address poor conditions like cold and mould. Renters will all have access to a new ombudsman who will handle complaints and will be able to levy quite serious fines for incompetence and bad behaviour. As in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, a register available online, a property portal, will be maintained of all PRS properties covering their compliance with legal requirements to enable prospective tenants to check for health and safety features, etc. The bill will also make it more difficult for landlords to refuse a tenancy for those with a pet. All these changes empower tenants in helpful ways. But A, there are modest changes that your Lordship's scrutiny may achieve to amend the bill for the better. B, there is a desperate need for energetic enforcement. And C, renters do need a good online advice service to explain all their rights and responsibilities. And there is one being developed by the TDS Charitable Foundation, I see. However, a cloud hangs over what was the centrepiece of the bill, the fundamental issue of renters' security, their consumer protection against arbitrary evictions. As well as particular concerns about lettings to students, there are at least three further issues here. First, new grounds for possession will allow landlords to get the property back for a family member's occupation or their own, or because the landlord is selling. This means, perhaps inevitably, that any private sector tenant could still be evicted through no fault of their own. This is an understandable grounds for repossession because a sector based on private investment has to enable the investor to sell up at some point. But could this change be made less sudden, less painful? Second, new measures to speed up the gaining of possession in arrears cases introduces some very tough changes that may have gone a step too far. This needs exploring. And third, the biggest problem of the bill is not one of content, but of implementation. The all-important ending of no-fault Section 21 evictions is now to be delayed until such time as the Lord Chancellor reports that the county courts are likely to process cases speedily. This could take a long time, and with no fixed date, no backstop for triggering the end of Section 21, the central point, the central plank of this bill is missing. To conclude, The doubling of the size of the private rented sector and halving of the social housing sector has exacerbated shortages and led to some cases of poor performance and exploitation of tenants. The Renters Reform Bill introduces some very welcome measures for which government deserves full credit to redress the landlord-tenant imbalance. But last-minute government amendments to delay the ending of no-fault evictions for an indefinite period has led to anger and frustration from tenants' representatives like Generation Rent and the Renters Reform Coalition. Perhaps the noble Baroness, the Minister, can head off a Lord's rebellion on this issue by indicating a willingness to address this concern alongside more modest changes to a bill that is worth having but could be much better.
My Lords, can I begin by saying what a pleasure it is to follow on from Lord Best, from whose wisdom and experience I've personally gained such a lot, and I'm grateful for your contribution today. I should begin by declaring my interest as the Church of England's lead bishop for housing, and also being in clergy-tied housing myself. My own retirement house is currently let to a long-term tenant. My starting place is that good homes are the building blocks of strong communities. Bad homes threaten mental and physical well-being, hinder personal and economic development, and compromise safety. Everyone needs a good home so that we have a good society where people can flourish. My Lords, as others have already said, there is much to welcome in this bill. Private renting is the most insecure and expensive tenure, and it requires significant reform. I'm pleased that the Decent Homes Standard will be applied to the private rented sector for the first time. I'm also pleased that the government has tabled amendments to prohibit landlords and letting agencies from discriminating against families with children and people in receipt of benefits, and I'll be seeking more details on how this will work in practice. My Lords, I have 3 children, all of whom are young adults. Without a significant shake-up of the entire housing market, it's likely that they will struggle ever to buy their own properties. With more than 11 million people renting privately, they are not alone, and young people face particular difficulties switching to home ownership or social rent. With some notable exceptions, young people are not particularly well represented in either house, which might be one reason that this bill has taken so long to reach us, and I'm determined to speak up for them as this bill progresses. Those 11 million, including my 3 children, know how important it is to improve the private rented sector. The old phrase that we are a nation of homeowners is now an outdated one. We are a nation in which many people are in the private rented sector for long periods, if not permanently. So there is much to commend in the bill. However, I am concerned that the bill has lost some of its most important measures during its passage through Parliament so far. As currently drafted, the bill will not provide a significantly better private rented sector. The most well-publicised reversal is the delay in abolishing Section 21 evictions, and I add my voice to the calls of other peers that the government set out a series of tests for the courts or a timeline for abolition. Without this, I fear this reform will be delayed indefinitely. This bill provides us with an opportunity to make significant reforms to one tenure, but the private rented sector only houses around 20% of the population. We need to think bigger to fix our housing crisis. Nothing short of a long-term strategy which considers all tenures as interconnected parts of a whole system will do. A few weeks ago, I was pleased to launch a report from Homes for All, which set out a vision for England's housing system and the need for a long-term strategy, and I'm grateful to the noble Lord the Minister for being there. I commend the report and its ambitious proposals to all noble lords who have an interest in fixing the UK's housing crisis, and I'm grateful to those noble lords who have supported it, including the late and much mourned Lord Stunnell. A vision for better housing which delivers for everyone requires a set of values which we can all support. The Archbishop's Commission on Housing, Church and Community set out 5 values which should underpin good housing. Housing, it says, should always be safe, secure, sociable, sustainable and satisfying. As it stands, the private rented sector is often unsafe, unsecure, unsociable, unsustainable and unsatisfying, and it is frequently the most expensive tenure for tenants. I'll be assessing the quality of this bill against the 5 values outlined by the Commission. Achieving these 5 goals may require a certain amount of sacrifice. To reverse pervasive issues of low quality and high costs, a new balance must be struck between the needs of landlords and renters. This might involve some sacrifices if we're to reform the tenure meaningfully. The needs of landlords and renters are often presented as being in opposition. But in reality, the vast majority of landlords demonstrate a duty of care in line with legal obligations, and the vast majority of tenants treat their homes with respect. We need both groups to come together to make this tenure work. To turn to specifics, a sense of security is vital for renters. I'd like to see the notice period for tenants extended from 2 months to 4 months, which would provide more time for tenants to find a new home or for local authorities to offer homelessness prevention support. At the other end of the tenancy, there are questions to ask about the newly introduced 6-month tenancy commitment for renters. If the government won't commit to removing it altogether, will they set out the extenuating circumstances which would allow tenants to serve notice earlier, for example, the death of a resident or a serious hazard in the property? Judges should have more discretion to consider extenuating circumstances when assessing Section 8 evictions. Repeated non-payment of rent can be for a huge number of different reasons, some of which won't persist beyond just a few months. Judges should be able to use their discretion about whether they issue an eviction notice on those grounds or not. We also know, and we've heard already, that domestic abuse is often misreported as antisocial behaviour. Given these sensitivities, why has the threshold for a Section 8 eviction been lowered to, and I quote, capable of causing a nuisance? This framing is extremely broad and will inevitably capture behaviours which should not count as antisocial behaviour. There's one other issue that I'd like to raise, which affects providers of retirement housing for clergy, including the Church of England's Pensions Board. I should declare that I'm part of the Church of England's pension scheme, but unlikely to turn to them for housing in retirement. Many members of the clergy, however, do enter retirement without owning a home. It is then that pensions boards or similar schemes are able to step in to provide affordable and assured housing for them in later life. Some changes will be needed to this bill to ensure that the Church's model of provision is still financially viable, and I've set out these in a little more detail in a letter to the Minister, and I look forward to corresponding further on the matter. Finally, my Lords, this bill presents us with the first opportunity in a generation to make our most expensive and insecure housing tenure fit for purpose. Are we going to take the opportunity, or will we squander it? I hope that both this House and the other place will work constructively to pass legislation which protects renters, reassures landlords, and ensures that everyone has access to good housing, which is safe, secure, sociable, sustainable, and satisfying.
My Lords, can I begin by thanking the Minister for her comprehensive opening statement and for the time she's already devoted to discussing the provisions of this bill privately, and I thank her for that. My Lords, I think I'm the first speaker in this debate not to have to declare a relevant interest, and I don't have any institutional housing interest, social, private or any other. I own one house and I live in it. And if I do have an interest, and the reason that I rise to speak today in this debate, it's the interest in living in a country that one day has a minimally functioning housing market. And unfortunately, we don't have that in this country, and that really should be the starting point for discussing this bill. We've got an utterly dysfunctional housing market in this country. We've got far too little supply, as has already been noted. We last met the 300,000 building target in 1977, and if we'd been building at the same rate as the French over the last few years, we would have 4 million more houses than we do now. It's not surprising, therefore, that house prices are at 9 times incomes, historic high, and most policy has focused on help to buy schemes rather than expanding that supply. So ideally, you would want to see a policy approach that involved building more houses of all kinds by liberalising planning, expanding supply in the rental market, and meanwhile trying to make the market that we've got work better and reducing the dysfunctions. Now, in fact, what we're seeing is that house building is falling further. Last year we built only 189,000 houses, and in Q1 this year we're building at a rate of only 100,000. There has been an attack on private landlords through the tax regime. The rental sector is shrinking, and that, plus anticipation of the measures of this bill, is taking private rental property off the market. And so it's no surprise that while sale prices for houses are flat, we're seeing rental prices in the private sector accelerate by 9%. So now we have this bill, and I have philosophical concerns that I think it's fundamentally unconservative, speaking as a conservative politician, and I have practical concerns, which is that it ties up and restricts the market still further, and the practical effect will be to make things worse, not better. And I regret that I have to speak in these terms for a bill that my own government's bringing forward, but I do think it's extremely problematic. If we want to help people, as has been said, into safe, secure, sound housing, reliable tenancies, we need to produce a better housing market and not distort it still further. Now, I've got 4 specific concerns which I will outline just briefly. The nature of the manifesto commitment that the government has, and secondly, its extent. The third, the restrictions that the bill brings in on the use of property, and fourth, its developing complexity. So first of all, the nature of the manifesto commitment that the Conservative Party and this government made. I entirely accept we committed to abolish no-fault evictions, Section 21 evictions. But also in the manifesto, we also set the target of 300,000 houses per year by the mid-2020s, not met. We also promised to make the planning system simpler for the public and for small builders, not met. We made an effort in the early years of this government. It got blocked, and since then we've given up the attempt. Now, these two things go together. One liberalises supply, and the other constrains the market. And I wish we'd only focused on building houses and reforming the planning system. But at least together there is some sort of balance. Now what we're doing is we have dropped the commitment to build more houses and liberalising the system, but we are still pushing through the provisions that tie up the market still further. And it will only damage housing affordability further. Second point, the extent of the manifesto commitment. As I said, we committed to abolish no-fault evictions. Yes. We didn't commit to end fixed-term tenancies, and they're not the same thing. Section 21 is a way, amongst other things, of ensuring landlords can reliably get possession after the first 12 months in an AST at 2 months' notice. Now, if we abolish Section 21, then another way of providing some certainty for landlords that they could get their property back would be to leave open the option of agreeing another fixed-term tenancy for another year or whatever. Now, this bill removes that option. It scraps fixed-term tenancies entirely. It makes every tenancy rolling and brings in the possibility that landlords will have to go to court much more often to recover their property. And I repeat, one commitment is in the manifesto and another is not. And that's why my honourable friend Anthony Mangle MP tabled Amendment 10 in the Commons, providing for the maintenance of fixed-term tenancies. And I'm ready to table that again to ensure that we can get some debate on the subject and so that the government can explain why it's expanded its commitment to take in fixed-term tenancies. Third concern is philosophical. This bill takes another step away from normally understood property rights. Even if both parties want to, they can't agree a fixed-term tenancy. It's illegal. A landlord may no longer choose who they want to rent to. Landlords must accept pets. They can't simply recover their own property, but they must persuade the courts, the state, that they've got a justifiable reason for doing so. So we're already too far down the road as a government and as a country of meaning that people enjoy property rights only at state whim and only in line with the purposes of the state. And I'm afraid this bill takes us a step further down that road. Finally, my Lords, practical concerns. Looking at the way this bill has evolved in the Commons, I can't avoid the impression that in its heart the government knows it's a bad bill and in its efforts is trying to mitigate this under pressure. It's realised, for example, that the redress schemes, the Decent Home Standard, the PRS database, all of which may be good things in themselves, will all reduce flexibility. They will all push up costs. The government has realised the risk that restrictions on long-term lets might bring in a shift to short-term ones, and so it's brought in some rules to cover that situation too, though I note these too will now require further mitigations to deal with special circumstances. And of course, as has been noted, the government's had to accept that the court system isn't ready to deal with the abolition of Section 21 in full, and it's had to delay its introduction. So we aren't even getting credit from our political opponents for the one thing that was supposed to be the purpose of this bill in the first place. Everything that's happened in the Commons has brought in complexity, cost, delay to the system, and these are the very things that would drive more landlords out of the market, push up prices further, make the market even more dysfunctional than it is now. So to conclude, my Lords, I'm sorry to conclude in this way. You'll know it's with great reluctance that I criticise the policy of my own government. It's a poor bill, and I don't think it's getting any better as it proceeds through the Commons and through this House. It's inevitably going to make the private rented sector smaller and more expensive. It's pursued from the best of motives, but its consequences are going to be that housing supply shrinks and the cost of housing goes up. It will generate more social problems rather than mitigate them. So I'm sorry the government is pursuing it, but I do hope that it will still be possible to improve on it in some of the fundamental points that I've mentioned in committee, and in particular to retain fixed-term tenancies as an option, and I hope some noble lords will join me in that effort.
My Lords, I declare my interest as Chair of the Property Ombudsman. I warmly welcome this bill. I'm sure the Minister is well aware of the large number of organisations from whom we've all had briefing. The bill has taken a long time to get here, and expectations are riding high. That's not surprising. Since 2001, the number of families forced to rent privately has doubled. High housing costs both cause and worsen poverty. The number of family homes available to social rent has reduced dramatically. For households on low incomes, this has significantly worsened living standards.
The bill needs to be seen in that context. We must not miss the opportunity to tackle long-standing issues of unfair eviction, rent increases and access to dispute resolution. There are a number of issues that will be raised in this debate from organisations like Shelter, Crisis, Marie Curie and others, which I hope to be able to support in committee. Today, I want to say a few words about Section 21, in effect the centrepiece of this legislation, then briefly look at some points that affect social housing providers and the property portal, the front door, which will be crucial to enabling enforcement, and then focus my main attention on the new PRS Landlord Ombudsman. On Section 21, there's now some real doubt about when Section 21 evictions will actually be abolished. This part of the bill has near universal support, and tenants and landlords need certainty. The government has said that it would be wrong to introduce it until the courts are ready, but has not defined what ready means, or how we or they will know. It's 5 years since the government made this commitment, yet there's still no progress. I hope the Minister will take the opportunity to give the House, as well as landlords and tenants, the certainty they need by providing a plan for court reform and a timetable for when the abolition will come into effect. The bill largely concentrates on the private rented sector, but it will also have an impact on social housing providers, particularly where they use assured tenancies. The government responded to some of these points at Commons report stage and introduced amendments, but these themselves are likely to have unintended consequences, which I hope the Minister will be ready to consider. I refer to the new rent-to-buy Ground B introduced in the Commons as Amendment 158 and Ground 6. The noble Lady Baroness Pinnock has given the House the details of these, and I won't repeat them. Just to say that this has been raised by the National Housing Federation, and I'm sure they'd welcome a meeting with the Minister to discuss the technical detail. Next, I'd like to mention the new portal. The government has recognised the need for local authorities to have information about PRS properties in their area, for landlords to be clear about their responsibilities, and for tenants to know where to go for help if their landlord fails to put right a problem they have. The TDS Charitable Foundation's survey work raises serious concerns about the ability of tenants to enforce the new rights that the bill will give them. They're developing a new My Housing Issue gateway or portal, which the noble Lord Best has referred, which will act as a signposting service, which I understand will identify for tenants the correct route to solve their problems, encourage an early resolution of disputes and provide relevant information about housing rights and options. And I certainly encourage the Minister to look at this in relation to the new portal. It may be very helpful. My Lords, I now turn to my main concern, the way the new PRS Ombudsman will be selected. The new Ombudsman will play a vital role in delivering the government's objectives to improve experience in this sector for both tenants and landlords alike. I declared my interest as Chair of the Board with responsibility for the Property Ombudsman. TPO deals with complaints and requests for assistance from private sector tenants of the 39,000 property agents who subscribe to this service. The new Ombudsman will provide that service for PRS tenants whose landlords don't use an agent. This has been a huge gap in redress, as my Ombudsman knows all too well from the thousands of requests for help we have to refer elsewhere or to the courts. My Lords, we shouldn't underestimate the scale of the new regulatory role proposed. The latest data from HMRC states that there are almost 2.4 million incorporated private landlords in England, with almost half owning only one property. Moreover, local authorities who are responsible for investigating poor housing standards and taking enforcement action against rogue landlords are, as we know, overstretched. At the same time, many tenants struggle to enforce their rights through the courts, not least because, as the Law Society notes, 44% of people in England and Wales don't have access to housing legal aid providers in their local authority area. The scale of and challenges for an ombudsman for this part of the private rented sector will be completely different to those presented, for example, in the social housing sector. Given the size of the task, it seems right that the government has said it is yet to decide how the new position will be filled and supported. Clearly, this requires an open competition among the existing bodies in this field to determine who might provide the best service. However, my Lords, the Minister made clear this afternoon that their preference is for the Housing Ombudsman, which covers the social rented sector, to have its remit extended to cover private sector landlords. My Lords, I find this really quite confusing. It looks like a foregone conclusion about who should operate the service, yet the government has been at great pains to explain that no decisions have yet been made about who to appoint to run the service. The Housing Ombudsman, indeed, has indicated that he's undertaking preparatory work funded by the government to investigate how the PRS Ombudsman could work and how it should be funded. In a written question I put some weeks ago to the Minister, asking for the extent of the support provided to the Housing Ombudsman and the terms under which it was provided, the government declined to provide that information. The gossip in the sector, I should tell her, is about £500,000. My Lords, this doesn't really bode very well for fair and open and transparent processes. Given what the Minister said about the government's reason for the adoption, the government's preferred option, I really would ask the Minister, has she considered that the TPO has indeed uniquely detailed knowledge and experience in the private rented sector and is certainly well placed to be considered to deal with complaints for the landlord part of the sector? My Lords, in making important appointments by this is my main point, it's imperative that the government follows a clear and transparent procurement exercise, not least to ensure the best value for the taxpayer. Given this, can the Minister confirm that the government will publish clear criteria setting out how it expects the new PRS Ombudsman to operate and ensure it fully considers all potential providers of the service? My Lords, I end by reiterating that I broadly welcome this bill as a chance to empower tenants to call out bad practice in the private rented sector while supporting the vast majority of private landlords who indeed do the right thing.
My Lords, I should declare at the outset that although I do not myself own any property in the private rented sector, my husband does own a number of such properties. I'd also like to start by saying that I'm grateful to the Minister, the noble lady, the Minister, and the Bill team for engaging with me on some of the issues that I wish to raise in this debate. I wish to start by saying that like others, I warmly welcome this bill's additional protection for tenants. But in judging the overall merits of the bill, it is necessary to have regard to the state of the PRS and the possibility of unintended consequences. And in this respect, I would like to elaborate to some extent on the description of the PRS given by the noble Baroness, Lady Pinnock, and the noble Lord, Lord Best. Paragraph 8 of the explanatory notes states that 4.6 million households, about 11 million people, rent from a private household, representing 19% of the entire housing market. It appears from a DLUC publication in June 2022 that this includes some 1.3 million households with children and nearly 400,000 households with people over 65. The crucial importance of the PRS is highlighted by the fact that there is a shortage of about 1 million homes. In excess of 1 in 5 households in England, 1 in 4 in London, rely on the PRS for accommodation. Who are the landlords of the PRS housing? According to figures given by the Department of Communities and Local Government in 2010, 89% of landlords in England were private individuals, and 98% of these owned fewer than 10 properties. In 2019, the successor Housing Department indicated that 45% of private landlords, representing 21% of tenancies, owned a single property, something alluded to by the noble Baroness, Lady Warwick, Baroness Warwick of Undercliff, and a further 38% of landlords, representing 31% of tenancies, owned between 2 and 4 rental properties. What does this show? Firstly, that the PRS plays an absolutely crucial role in the provision of accommodation. Secondly, that the overwhelming majority of landlords in the PRS are private individuals. And thirdly, nearly 50% of them own a single property for let, and some 83% own 4 or less properties for let. All this is important background for the bill. It demonstrates the need for an extremely careful balance between, on the one hand, protecting tenants in the PRS from bad landlords and giving them appropriate redress in the case of landlord's default, and on the other hand, not imposing on the many small investor landlords standards and obligations that drive them from the sector. Does the bill achieve that balance? I asked the noble Baroness, the Minister, what steps had been taken by the Department to obtain data on the possible number of private landlords who are likely to leave the market because of fears arising from this bill. In the absence of such data, I consider that in some respects the bill does not achieve the right balance and runs a high risk of driving many small investors from the sector. I will focus briefly on 4 areas. Local housing authorities are given powers, in some cases, to impose a fine on a landlord of up to £30,000. Those are cases where the local authority is satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that the landlord has committed an offence under the bill, and instead of prosecuting the landlord, the local housing authority can impose such a fine. The reality is that because of financial constraints, the local housing authority will usually wish to impose the fine themselves rather than pursue the matter by way of prosecution in the criminal courts. I do not consider that it is appropriate for a local authority official to act as judge and jury in relation to a criminal offence, enabling the local housing authority to impose a fine of as much as £30,000 on small investors in the PRS. I have no objection to the court deciding on whatever fine it wishes, but I do not think it is appropriate for a local authority employee to impose fines of this size. For them to do so will, I suggest, result in litigation as to whether the criminal standard of proof has been satisfied and whether the amount of the fine is appropriate. It will lead to a lack of consistency across the country of the amount of the fine for any particular infringement. I suggest that if an offence has been committed and the local housing authority is not willing to limit the fine to £5,000, it should be left to the court to decide whether or not an offence has been committed and what is it that is the appropriate remedy. It must be remembered that the rental return on many of these rented properties, particularly ones which are owned by a single investor, that the rental return is relatively modest, and even a small fine will push the investment into an unprofitable one. Secondly, the standard of proof required in the case of a fine by a local housing authority under the bill is inconsistent. For example, in some places, I won't elaborate today, but in some places, the local housing authority may impose a financial penalty up to £5,000, whether or not an offence has been committed, provided that the authority is satisfied beyond reasonable doubt of the matters constituting the offence. In other cases, one in particular, it can impose a penalty of up to £5,000 if satisfied on the balance of probabilities that the landlord has breached certain provisions in the Act. There is no obvious reason for such differing standards of proof for the same £5,000 level of fine. That is the first point. And the second point is that the standard of proof should always be beyond reasonable doubt, as anything less than that, which depends upon probabilities assessed by a local authority employee, will undoubtedly give rise to dispute and appeals. Finally, and fourthly, in relation to two offences under the bill, the landlord can only be liable if his or her mental state is one of knowledge or recklessness as to the relevant facts. The mental state of recklessness in criminal law is an extremely difficult one and has given rise to case law. It is something less than intention, but more blameworthy than carelessness. In broad terms, recklessness will arise if the accused consciously, that is, looking at the matter subjectively, takes an unjustified risk. Such difficult concepts should play no part in this legislation, which will mostly affect landlords who own one, or at most, relatively few homes. It certainly should not be left to a local authority which wishes to impose a fine of up to £30,000 to reach its own conclusion on the application of recklessness in criminal law. The only state of mind, I suggest, which should be capable of giving rise to an offence under the bill is intention, that is to say, actual knowledge or an actual intention of the landlord to do the matters comprising the ingredients of the offence. This is clear, easy to understand and fair, and that at the end of the day is the test for good legislation.
My Lords, I declare an interest as a landlord of almost 30 years, and before that as a renter in the private rented sector. So I've seen the private rented sector from both sides of the fence, as it were. It has been a long time coming, but this bill is welcome. I support the creation of an ombudsman for the private rented sector and the application of a decent home standard. There are some rogue landlords, and action needs to be taken against them. The fact is that 81% of private renters are satisfied according to the English Housing Survey. Some seek to blame the current housing crisis on landlords, but I think that is a little unfair. The issue with rising rents and lack of supply is a failure of government housing policy over a long period, as a point that the noble Lord Frost mentioned earlier. His Majesty's government have repeatedly failed to meet their housing target of 300,000 new homes a year, a point made by the noble Lord. And as the noble Lord Best pointed out to your Lordship's House in the recent debate on affordable housing, an estimated additional 90,000 social rented homes need to be built every year, partly to offset the 1.5 million social homes sold under the right to buy. And the government is nowhere near achieving this. In fact, my Lords, it has also been estimated that an additional 50,000 private rented homes are needed to help fill the gap. Yet that just doesn't look feasible. Renters are having a very tough time with sharply increasing rents. That is undeniable. Whilst I wholeheartedly agree tenants' rights should be protected, let's also look at it from the landlord's perspective so we have a balanced debate. My Lords, we have to be wary of unintended consequences, a point referred to by the noble Baroness Lady Pinnock and the noble Baroness Lady Warwick of Undercliff. And I'm reminded in that context of a documentary I saw of Chairman Mao's response when told sparrows were damaging China's crops. He ordered all sparrows to be killed, millions of them. The next year, locusts, previously kept in check by the sparrows, destroyed all the crops, leading to the Great Chinese Famine of 1958 to 62, which killed up to 30 million people. Now, the documentary was a brilliant piece of anti-communist propaganda, but it showed in colours how policies need to be properly thought through. Due to the macroeconomic climate, landlords are being seriously squeezed. Some 1.7 million landlords have buy-to-let mortgages. As a result of interest rate hikes, some landlords are facing a tripling or a quadrupling of their mortgage interest. Over the last year, the number of landlords defaulting on their mortgages has doubled. Landlord profits are at their lowest for 14 years. According to recent research, approximately one-third of landlords plan to retire or exit the buy-to-let market altogether, and over a quarter are considering selling more than one rental property. There are some new entrants to the market, but these are not enough to meet the private rental demand. So this crisis in the PRS has been building for years and can be dated back to George Osborne, the Chancellor's decision in 2015 to end mortgage tax relief. As a result, the private rented sector, unlike any other business, is taxed on turnover rather than profit. Some saw this as the city's attempt to destroy the PRS as a viable and rival form of investment. The PRS survived, however, during buoyant times, but is now in serious trouble. In parts of the country, investing in rental property just does not add up. Capital values are so high and rentals so relatively low that the return on capital, even without a mortgage, is less than 2%. And Lord Etherton referred to many landlords only own one or two properties, they're in the majority, so they're in a way they're small-scale investors, but the returns actually for many of them are very low. And with tax and voids in a number of cases. And with tax and voids, a landlord may end up paying a tenant to rent from them in parts of the country. And it's simply better to put the money in a bank, and even those with properties bought many years ago with no mortgages would be better off putting their money elsewhere. One former housing minister told me that if landlords sold off their properties, that would be good for the market and first-time buyers. But the landlords generally don't want to sell off their properties, but some will have to in the current circumstances. Others will move to Airbnb or similar ultra-short lets. So the reality is that many such properties end up on Airbnb or similar short-let platforms, which make better returns for landlords, but result in fewer long-term homes for residents and student accommodations in cities and resorts. These ultra-short lets join a growing black hole of lost long-term rental property, including a growing black market in the rental sector. The headline in yesterday's Evening Standard summed it up: London's Airbnb Wild West. Capital hollowed out by short-term lets, eroding the private rental market. In some blocks of flats in the capital, 90% of the flats are Airbnb or similar ultra-short lets. Last year in London, between July and September alone, 455,000 stays were booked in short-term lets. It was found that more than a fifth had previously been long lets. So you can see the shift away from long lets to ultra short-term lets. That means less homes available for London residents from fewer B&B and hotel bookings. It reduces the supply of long-term lets, pushes up rents and forces tenants out to the suburbs and beyond. And the same is happening in many of our cities and resorts. So if we want to provide more long-term rentals, Airbnb and other ultra-short-let platforms need to be properly regulated and restricted. And that's incidentally why I support the amendment to the bill which provides for tenants to at least stay for 6 months initially. Purely short-term tenancies would be a disaster. Most banks require 6 months minimum tenancies to lend in the first place. And long-term tenancies should be allowed when all parties agree, and in that sense I also agree with the noble Lord Frost. This can provide more security not less, for both parties. Regulation of the private rented sector is welcome to rein in poor landlords. Of course it is. According to Foxtons, there are already over 150 pieces of legislation governing letting a property. When a landlord lets a property, they have to ensure there is an annual gas safety certificate, a portable electric appliance certificate, an energy performance certificate. In addition to the letting agent's letting fees, often payable in advance, the landlord has to pay a tenancy paperwork charge, professional cleaning charge, tenant reference checks, tenant right to rent checks, and annual TDS deposit check charge. Then there is insurance and service charges which the landlord pays. Plus, they need to make good any damage or wear and tear to the flat not covered by the deposit or insurance. And this can all come to several £1,000s or more. The idea that this could happen every couple of months would simply mean landlords would further increase rents to cover this and repeated voids. HMRC currently is piloting quarterly returns for landlords who normally have just 1 or 2 flats, as I mentioned, as their pension. But this fails to take into account the nature of letting. Many costs are up front in the first few months, then there can be a period of a couple of quarters of full rental, followed by a later period of voids and no rent. Landlords will potentially be changing tax brackets every quarter and chasing tax refunds at the end of the financial year. My Lords, whilst in favour of an ombudsman scheme and property portal, I'm concerned the fee for this would be yet another burden on landlords. Similarly, some local authorities are charging landlords to license their rental properties, which can just result in landlords becoming local authority milk cows and increased rents for tenants. In the light of all the reforms in this bill to bring the PRS up to standard, which I welcome, selective licensing should be abolished. With the right to request a pet, I hope that the Minister will reconfirm that where these are banned under the lease or accepted at the discretion of the RTM or RMC, this will be maintained. Dogs in particular can be a nuisance, particularly in blocks of flats, and even dangerous, and as we've seen with the dramatic increase in dog attacks across the country. On Section 21 no-fault evictions, I agree these should go, but only when courts are ready. Landlords must have the ability to sell their property, move back into it, or deal with significant rent arrears or antisocial behaviour in a timely manner. As the Law Society mentioned, without investment for housing legal aid in the courts, this bill will not achieve its aims and may lead to an increase in backlogs, and landlords and tenants alike will be unable to enforce their legal rights. I welcome that the Housing Minister in the other place said that the government was taking significant steps to ensure that the county court system is ready to deal with the expected rise in possession-related caseload once Section 21 was abolished. His Majesty's Government is investing £1.2 million in His Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service to deliver better end-to-end online possession process. But can I ask the noble lady, the Minister, when will this be ready? It's a question a lot of noble lords have asked. When will this system be up and running? As it's clearly of crucial importance. My Lords, there will be much to discuss as this bill progresses. May I suggest we focus on the practical application of this bill and avoid unintended consequences. Some have argued that instead of sorting out the housing sector and focus on providing more affordable homes, we should instead try to shore up renters at the expense of landlords. For example, there is the idea of a rent cap. Fine, but will His Majesty's Government or local authorities cap mortgages, service charges, insurance and maintenance costs? If landlords default on their mortgages or are otherwise driven from the housing market, there will be no security for tenants at all. In the past, rises in capital values have enabled landlords to subsidise tenants, but this is not the case today. In Scotland, rent controls have not worked out well. Scotland has the shortest time for rental listings in the UK. Properties are listed for just 15 days on average before being snapped up. There is an acute shortage of long-term rentals. My Lords, we need to make homes affordable again by building and providing more homes, stemming the massive rise in ultra-short lets and making home purchases attainable once more, especially for young people. And I take the point of the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Chelmsford, who referred to the housing plight of young people. In its remit, the Bank of England should consider the state of the economy as a whole, not just the rate of inflation, and never forget the aspirations of British people to be part of our property-owning democracy.
So if I could address the fundamental change which this bill makes, which is to Section 21 evictions. Though there's a difference between the two sides of the House on this issue in terms of what's going to happen, and ministers have rightly been asked what their timescale is, the Noble Baroness set out some measures that are going to be taken. She mentioned one or two figures, but she didn't give any timescale as to when the courts would be ready. Nonetheless, given what my noble friend on the front bench said, it's pretty clear what's actually going to happen, which is that by the time this bill is enacted and we have a general election and probably a change of government, the government won't have brought this Section 21 abolition into play, but the next government will do so. So we will get the change. However, and this goes to the fundamental issues which have been raised about the PRS, the question then, given that we are likely to see the abolition of Section 21 probably within the next year, 18 months, however quickly legislation can be brought in by the next government, what will then happen in the courts in respect of the new means requirements for eviction and the new burdens that there will be with the Section 8 procedures, with antisocial behaviour requirements and so on? What will then happen to actually see that the courts interact with the private rented sector in a way that doesn't stymie supply and lead to another generation of really seriously dissatisfied and maltreated tenants? Now, my lords, the scale of the issue here, I think the House needs to understand. The backlog isn't minor in the county courts, which deal with these issues at the moment. On the latest figures that were published at the end of last year, the average time taken for small claims and multi-fast-track claims to go to trial in the county courts is, my lords, 52 weeks for small claims, over a year, 52.3 weeks, and 78.2 weeks in respect of multi-fast-track claims, which will encompass quite a number of those envisaged under this bill. Now, my lords, that compares to 2019. Compared to 2019, that is 15.7 weeks longer for small claims and 19.1 weeks longer for multi-track claims. So it's no exaggeration to say, my lords, that the courts have effectively, the county court system has effectively broken down in dealing with housing cases at the moment. And unless that can be rectified, and it appears it will be rectified on the basis of actually introducing the new regime, not before the new regime can be brought in, we will get a crisis in the management of the private rented sector, which needs to be addressed. Now, my lords, apart from some fairly unconvincing so far measures for improving the county court system, we don't have any answers to this. The noble lady referred to digitalisation, well, as a habitué of these schemes in government. The idea that a nationwide county court digitalisation scheme is going to produce dramatic improvements any decade soon is probably remote, but it's certainly not going to do so in the next few years. And the sums of money which the noble lady referred to, I think she referred to £12 million in her opening statement, are trifling in respect of this. Now, my lords, I scouted around, therefore, for what is the best course for dealing with these issues if we don't want to see a crisis in the private rented sector as we bring in the new regime and we have a problem in the court system. And the best solution that I've come across, scouting all those that have been put forward over the last 10 years or so, is that we have a dedicated housing court, a streamlined judicial process focusing specifically on these housing eviction, antisocial behaviour and enforcement measures, which is brought in and focuses specifically on housing cases. Now, my lords, it turns out that this has been considered seriously. There was actually a consultation on it in 2018, and the case for it, which was put forward by the government at the time, seems to me still to be compelling. If I can quote from the consultation that was published in 2018, the consultation noted all the problems that there were with the current system, and therefore looked at streamlining redress schemes and considered options for doing so. And we want to explore, the document said, this is in paragraph 10, whether a specialist housing court could make it easier for all users of court and tribunal services to resolve disputes, reduce delays, and secure justice in housing cases. The potential of establishing a housing court has been raised by some members of the judiciary, it noted. Presently, it said, housing cases are heard in a range of settings. The first-tier tribunal property chamber deals with a variety of specialised housing and property disputes. However, other housing cases, including possession cases and claims for disrepair and dilapidation, are heard in the county court. The processes and procedures involved can often be confusing for tenants, landlords and property owners in leasehold cases. Now, my lords, that was the government's view in 2018, and that was when there was far shorter queues in the county courts for dealing with these issues. So I asked the Noble Baroness whether, in fact, we should be considering a more radical answer to this problem of judicial overload, if we're going to see, as we clearly are under this new regime, a great onus on the speedy resolution of housing cases, if we're going to, as the Select Committee, which of the other place which recommended this, a dedicated housing court at the same time as the government was consulted on it, if, as Clive Betts, who's the chair of that Select Committee, said, that many more tenants may go to court over landlords refusing to do repairs because they will no longer fear retaliatory evictions under Section 21. So we could see an escalation in the number of cases. Then it seems to me that the case for a dedicated housing court, which can bring together the various different parts of the judiciary which deal with these issues at the moment, and set in place, I would suggest, clear and expedition timelines for dealing with these cases, that seems to me to be an option well worth exploring. And I say this to my noble friend on the front bench too, because we will have to deal with exactly the same issues in a year's time. My lords, the noble Lord Frost said the wider context, and the wider context, of course, is a massive undersupply of new homes, both in the private sector and in the public sector. I think he said it was 1978 was the last year when we got anywhere remotely close to the 300,000 a year target, which of course went back to Harold Macmillan when he was housing minister after 1951. Well, actually, it's only in the 1960s that you get more than 300,000 new homes being built per year across a whole decade. The crucial thing to understand about the last phase of significant house building in line with projected demand, and he said that if we had continued at the rate of the French have built since the late 1970s, it would be 4 million new homes. Well, actually, the French have 12 million more homes than we have population adjusted. So there's a huge supply problem at the moment. But when you go back to the 1960s, when more than 300,000 homes were being built, with a peak at 1967 when 400,000 new homes were being built, it was an almost equal balance between the private sector and the state that was doing the development. It was a huge effort on the part of local authorities and new town corporations which produced the big surge in home building in the 1960s. And we cannot get away from the fact that if we are going to see a return to levels of home building which are required to meet demand and get to or exceed the 300,000 figure, then we're not only going to need planning reform that makes it more which incentivises the private sector to build, we're also going to have to fundamentally change the role of the state. And the state itself is going to have to become a major property developer again for the first time since the demise of council house building in the 1970s. And that means a huge empowerment of local authorities. It means, I think, looking at the case for significant urban extensions again on the model of the Newtown corporations, which did so much of the building in the 1960s and 70s. And it means a readiness to make significant new public investments, which I think will also mean harnessing the potential of pension funds and others with big concentrations of capital to undertake these investments. And to end on one final point, the peak year for home building since the Second World War was 1967, the peak year. That was also the year that Milton Keynes was established, the largest of the new towns. There is a clear connection between the mentality of Milton Keynes, a state which was itself prepared to take responsibility for really significant home building at scale in new communities. That level of ambition is going to be fundamental to dealing with the housing crisis, and that is the only way we will deal with the underlying issue of supply, which is what's leading to the pressures we're debating today.
It's a pleasure to be able to speak to this debate, and I have some interest to declare as a chartered surveyor and a small-scale private rented sector landlord, both of some 50-plus years standing. Now, I very much welcome this bill, and it contains much good, and particularly for no other reason, it hopefully consolidates the good and prevents a small proportion of bad actors, providing a reason for criticism and discord. And I thank the Noble Baroness, the Minister, for her willingness to engage. I would just remind her that I did send her a list of questions beforehand, which are not covered in what I have to say, and I hope she will be able to answer them. Now, the test here will be whether this bill results in more choice, supply and competition with better outcomes for renters while providing a fair balance of flexibility, opportunity and returns for lessors. The Minister said much about existing standards by landlords, nothing about ensuring good behaviour by tenants, but I would suggest, my lords, that we need both. There'd be little purpose in giving renters a better deal if overall supply fails to grow or even shrinks. So polarised critique of supply side is, I believe, rather unhelpful. Current market PRS market dynamics are at best opaque. The statistics are not sufficiently granular to enable cause or immediate effect to be established. Recent research by Savills, generally considered a reliable sector source, show a modest but potentially significant decline in rental stock, but the reasons remain unclear. Some suggest that highly geared buy-to-let investors are put off by poor returns due to higher interest rates and fiscal changes. Even the Bank of England, in its note on that subsector, admits it cannot definitively establish cause and effect. There are too many variations in circumstances and aspirations to reach a pan-sector conclusion. I'm particularly interested in an excellent piece on right to buy in the latest House magazine by the noble Lord Bird. But I know of no focused research into lessor views other than that of the CLA, of which I am a member, and that only in the rural context, where it suggests that their member lessors are spooked. Now, my lords, poor yields and higher risks discourage new entrants. That must be obvious. Also, it is safe to say that the private renters sector, with its costs of entry, exit and interim returns, compete with other investment opportunities here at home, or for that matter, anywhere else in the world. There is nothing special that mandates investor participation in the PRS, or that it must match unmet need for a place to live. The impact assessments of the bill suggests a ready replacement of departing lessors, but without evidence or research into this, and I find none, I conclude policy enters unknown territory. So far, not so good. Well, now, it is the common ground here that there are currently large numbers of people wanting to rent and far too few available properties. It's likely demand is rising because of severe social housing shortages, and that getting on the housing ladder has become so expensive. This despite lower debt servicing costs for those already with mortgages in the occupation compared with equivalent rental payments. And although I must say at that point that this is a bit like comparing apples and pears, but I consider more broadly that this is due to other government policies impacting on a sector that has become more volatile over the years. Policies characterised by the term buy, right to buy, help to buy to let, and other fiscal prompts and exhortations to build, which cannot keep up. Well, my lords, stoking demand which necessitates house building rates never achieved without council house building, and that point made by the noble Lord Adonis, is at best unwise. Relying on affordable housing on the back of market sales while selling off existing social housing at a discount is equally questionable, however popular that might be. Near where I live, new market housing totally unaffordable to locals is being offered to Far East buyers. We need a new model altogether for providing housing the nation can afford and take some of the heat out of the PRS demand sector. My fear is that we are tinkering here with the fallout from much bigger historic decisions about commoditisation of the roof over one's head, stretching back to the Thatcher era. We have little or no idea what the effect of this bill will be. The intention seems simply to accommodate demand. On supply, for which it has obvious implications, if it does not foster an increase, then the policy will simply fail. Now, turning to some of the bill's specific provisions, I'll keep clear of the Section 21 question for a moment, but I will simply remind your lordships that the exit route under the Housing Act 1988 from the 25-year impasse of rent control and security of tenure created in the 1960s was to free up and revitalise the PRS through something called a short-hold tenancy. Superimposing longer-term aspirations of some renters on an essentially short-term model designed to give mobility both of occupation and investor finance may be a tactical error. Proper provision should be made in parallel for longer-term lettings. So measures which now make things less flexible inevitably alter supply-side dynamics. Demanding higher levels of competence and compliance raise fears of added cost and risk. These may, of course, increase rents, as we've already heard, especially if quality improves and or the numbers of available properties, or indeed numbers of lessors themselves, shrink. On the exceptions in the bill, my lords, I note the points made by the CLA that carving out an exemption for agricultural and forestry workers fails to address the wider diversified rural business need, where parks, gardens, hotels, food processing and the like also involve providing staff with accommodation. So dealing with the normal turnover in staff housing needs has to be something to be considered further. A promise that Section 8 terminations won't be caught up in severely under-resourced court system, and I'm grateful to other noble lords who pointed this out, doesn't remove the suggestion of a process less certain, more contestable, protracted and costly. In the market, you cannot achieve vacant possession value if there is a tenant in place, as it prevents immediate occupation by a purchaser. For a lessor intending to sell, this can impede choice of the moment to enter the market, a market characterised by seasonal fluctuations with political and financial sector volatility. It's how markets work and how investors react. As to blanket bans, I totally accept that unfair discrimination is completely unconscionable. A prudent lessor who already has responsibility for checking a renter is entitled to be in the UK, I always thought a UK border force task until this government decreed otherwise, shouldn't object to complying with standards many already observe or to act with proper probity. These are likely no more onerous than the scrutiny they themselves apply to would-be renters. I'd venture to suggest, however, that deliberate misrepresentations by either party to the other should have consequences and merit access either way, both from a landlord or a tenant point of view, to dispute resolution. The renter should be no less fit for purpose and conduct than the lessor and the description of the property. Logically, the renter's net income should be sufficient to pay the rent and outgoings and meet living expenses as a minimum. After all, if the renter subsequently finds that they cannot afford the heating costs, the property and the renter's health are both at risk. I remind your lordships that the majority of PRS lessors are not big corporates, but as we've heard, private individuals who are just as entitled to the reasonable use and enjoyment of their assets as the renter is to quiet enjoyment of a residence that may or may not be their only home. And professionally, over the years, I have encountered both poor renters and rubbish landlords. On decent homes, I agree with the principle, although I have yet to see a revised standard. Arguably, quite a lot of PRS properties are of older construction and may be difficult to upgrade to anywhere near modern thermal standards. If this becomes a fitness issue, there will be failed properties that become uneconomic to rent and will go onto the freehold sale market. The bill is silent, however, on what happens if a property cannot be upgraded without the tenant moving out, and this needs clarification. The claim that terminations of tenancies are a major source of homelessness, I accept some of the generality of that claim, but it does rather overlook the practice of local authorities insisting on an eviction order before actually acting themselves to step in, thus exacerbating an already difficult situation and making even reasonable lessors look like ogres. I hope this bill will improve that. But if the view is that it's the role of the PRS to underwrite social support and be a safety net for those who would otherwise be homeless, then I think that needs a better and an upfront justification. There is provision for possession on grounds of redevelopment, but I am pretty unsure what this means in practice. If a lessor has a project substantially to convert, remodel, or otherwise carry out major works, or it might be a developer assembling a site, with a view to eventual sale or reletting, but in the meantime decides they wish to let short term, does the government consider that that is reasonable, or would it rather that such properties were held vacant? I think that's a waste of a resource if you cannot let short term. And that's where I have concerns about the elimination of the fixed term lease. It quite obviously suit lots of people if they're on secondment or whatever it happens to be, or they're away on a job or something they know is going to happen, that they can enter into a fixed term contract, and it's perfectly legitimate for a renter to decide they only want to. What is it about grown-up adults that we cannot trust them to freely contract in a market environment? So I do find that really, really strange. But clearly there must be some safeguards against misuse, but I really don't see what the problem is. And I would like to know what would happen if in a sublet flat in a block requiring a decant for fire safety remediation, a matter that I have raised on many occasions in this House. Will frustration of that renter's contract apply? And other noble lords have said the private renter sector has a fundamental and pivotal role in housing provision. Much ultimately depends on whether there is political consensus on the measures in this bill or whether the opposition would wish to go further. It's unlikely that the availability of homes to rent will be improved until this is settled, possibly at some stage after the next general election. Much doubt and uncertainty is generated by this political fog, and if there is identifiable serious decline in availability of homes to rent, that will, in my opinion, be a significant part of the reason. The language we use, therefore, has considerable significance to how things turn out.
My Lords, I declare my interest as in the Register as a Suffolk farmer with rented residential properties. I'm going primarily to focus on the rural implications of the bill. And of course I start from the premise that it is indeed the role of the state to protect tenants as consumers and investors and savers and everyone else employees from abuse or exploitation. Of course, there are bad landlords, and they should be firmly and severely dealt with. But I'm with Lord Lytton and Lord Frost that I do not accept, but to allow tenants and landlords to enter into mutually agreed contracts is wrong. During the 1960s and right into the late 1980s, rural housing was subject to severe constraints on both tenancies and on rents. Rents set by rent officers were extremely low, often providing zero return on capital, and cash flows so fragile that there was no surplus to finance the proper maintenance, let alone improvement and modernization of rural dwellings. Farmers were being advised to sell all the housing they did not need for their own employees, and the supply of housing, of affordable housing accommodation withered, and the condition of it deteriorated. As mechanization advanced, farmers found themselves with a surplus of housing. The big leap forward came with the introduction of the assured short-hold tenancy in 1988. John McGregor was then the Secretary for Agriculture, and Nick Ridley was at the Environment. The AST gave security by mutual agreement to both tenants and landlords for initial fixed terms of 6, 12 or 24 months, with annual rent reviews and the ability to continue releases on a rolling 2-monthly basis. The AST has worked very well for 36 years. It has greatly reduced the proportion of inadequate rural housing. Yet Clause 1 of the bill abolishes AST, and this to me is inexplicable. Yet Section 1, of course, needs reform. No legislation can be described as no-fault eviction can survive. But that is, will have to be, does not justify throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Significantly, the government seems to have recognised the folly by modifying the bill when it was in the Commons to allow a fixed term of 6 months. If that is illegitimate, why not 12 months? Again, with the continuation of a 2-monthly basis. I think there are market forces that the government does not seem to understand. The long and troubled journey of the bill for the other place has already placed a deterrent to the supply of affordable housing. That supplying housing for rent is now a key diversification for farmers at a time when agriculture in Britain and elsewhere is in crisis due to falling yields and prices is a very relevant factor. Affordable housing needs a clear definition. For traditional government guidance, but rent should be no higher than 30% of gross tenant income is a valid test. And indeed, wise landlords would apply clear and financial tests in selecting tenants. Landlords cannot be expected to subsidise tenants whose job insecurity, of whom there are many, makes them vulnerable to being unable to fulfil their rental obligations. The Work Foundation of Lancaster University claims that in 2023, 1.4 million people were in severe insecure work and were living in privately rented accommodation. This is why it is better to subsidise tenants rather than houses. This is the role of housing benefit. To subsidise rents risks changes in tenant circumstances that results in tenants getting either more or less than they need. And this has profound implications for public finance. Rents are a return on capital. Housing supply in the private rented sector depends on adequate rents. It is unlikely that a gross rental return of much less than 3%, from which the costs of maintenance and administration have to be deducted before arriving at any taxable profit, will produce much more housing for letting. The bill proposes an ombudsman to adjudicate between the tenant and the landlord. This may be a sound idea, provided it does not signal a return of the rent officer. There is no justification for also retaining the first tribunal system in addition to the Ombudsman. Membership of the Ombudsman scheme will be mandatory for private landlords. I hope the Minister will offer some guide on the expected cost to landlords. The Ombudsman will collect a great deal of information about both landlords and tenants. Surprisingly, the privacy implications have not been spelled out, nor indeed does this aspect seem to have been raised in another place. This is something we will have to deal with in committee. It would, in my view, be quite wrong to publicise details of all individual leases. There can be no obligation on landlords to make such information public. Provided market rents are not exceeded, landlords should be entitled at their discretion to offer lower rents to particular people for good reason. My overall concern is that this bill has not been properly prepared and it's not been fully debated before it came to your Lordship's house. What is crucial is that this important and potentially useful legislation should not be enacted with details of crucial aspects of its administration left to secondary legislation at a later date. We simply cannot legislate like that. That would mean regression from increasing private sector supply of good housing at fair rents to the bad old days of bureaucratic domination. As an overall consequence, it could be the taxpayer having to finance an increasing supply of housing for rent with little hope of the resources to do so. Frankly, the problem I see with this bill is that it is a superficial political solution to a tough economic and migration challenge.
My Lords, I declare my conflict. I am a former chartered surveyor. I have buy-to-let properties as declared and set out on the register. I began research on this bill by trying to establish its primary purpose. What is the core objective of the bill? I know it sounds obvious, but I was not convinced. It's not clear. It's revealed as the manifesto pledge of 2019 and key proposals from the 2022 private sector rental report, but there's no real indication of the underlying purpose. There is, however, much good in it. The key measures to abolish Section 21, new grounds for repossession, amending rent increase provisions, ombudsman, blanket bans, pets, other key measures, all interesting, helpful, and for the most part constructive, but there's no real underlying core purpose. However, none of these things need a new bill, particularly bearing in mind the shortage of parliamentary time. They could have been accommodated in the concurrent debates we are having on the leasehold freehold bill. They could have even been accommodated in the levelling up bill last year. I believe the real root of this should be, and indeed lies, as we have heard, particularly eloquently from Lord Frost and Lord Adonis and Lord Lytton, the shortage of housing, and in this case, the shortage of properties to rent. There have been numerous attempts by successive governments to deal with housing supply, we all know that. Some imaginative ideas to attract private finance into it, and Section 106 agreements attached to planning conditions for the larger developments was quite successful. But the sale of council housing goes on, and we seem no nearer to reaching anything like the levels of new housing required to provide a sustainable balance between supply and demand. Lord Frost, in his comments, could not have made this more clear. Now, there is no point in expecting the Treasury or the taxpayer by any other means to finance the level of development required to meet the necessary demand. We've heard some impressive statistics. If we look back and we reflect on the housing market after the Second World War, tens of thousands of residential units were owned freehold by city institutions. This was an ideal scenario. They were socially responsible landlords. They invested in residential properties to meet their obligations to customers, and they were largely made up of life insurance companies and others. It is the perfect formula for housing supply. It does not involve the Treasury, it comes from the private sector, and it's socially responsible. However, this pattern of responsible ownership was shattered by the Rent Acts in the post-war era. Rent controls arrived, probably necessary, but with a sledgehammer rather than with negotiation by these city institutions. The result? Disaster for the sector. I believe tens of thousands of units were sold, dumped by these city institutions. I spoke to some of them in the early days of my career who explained the reasons for it. It was an avoidable tragedy for society as a whole. City investment was lost. Low-income tenants found themselves at the mercy of private landlords, many of whom were ruthless or simply disinterested in looking after their properties. The era of tenant exploitation, exemplified, as some of us will remember, by Tales of Rachman, had begun in earnest. My lords, we must recreate an institutional market in social housing, and we can. The long-term problem is not rental levels. The market does that. The long-term problem is shortage of housing for rent. Supply and demand. Capping rentals is a catastrophic solution. The SNP-led government in Scotland has done this. They've done the market testing for us. So many landlords have abandoned the market that one nationwide letting agency has closed its renting department permanently, and it represents an entire region of Scotland. We can fix this problem by attracting private investment, particularly institutional investment. I am convinced it can be done. There are examples. The Legal and General Investment Company, insurance company, tried with great purpose and financial commitment very recently to not only invest in rented housing, but to build modular homes, keeping down the costs, removing layers of the development process, enabling an economic return from affordable rents. They built a factory to construct prefabrication and showed the commitment the challenge requires. They invested millions of pounds. However, I believe they have given up on the project, sadly. I shall inquire as to why, but suspect the challenges were simply too great. The political commitment has been lacking. We have heard the ASTs were introduced. It was hugely successful in bringing private capital into the rental market. Initially, the private sector responded cautiously. The doubt was trust in long-term stability, long-term freedom from political interference. The bruises of the Rent Act has a long tail. However, ASTs have worked, as we have heard, and now the private sector is responsible for thousands of units. Sadly, a number, as we have heard, that is declining. Yet successive governments have interfered. Removal of mortgage interest as a legitimate cost, for example. Any AST landlord with a reliable tenant wouldn't dream of serving a Section 21 notice. It's the unscrupulous few who neglect their properties and squeeze the last penny of rent from their tenants against the threat of eviction who spoil the system for everyone else. They should be the focus of this bill, of government attention, and indeed they have their place in this bill. The free market must be allowed to operate with private capital. Now the rout of private investor owners continues, as we've heard, and more selling up. The ASTs probably never replaced the provision of those early city institutions, but it was a good attempt until political interference spotted a tempting opportunity to use it as a source of revenue. What a political mistake. The taxpayer now houses thousands of council house waiting list families and others in hotels at public expense. But it's not all bad. A key positive is the reference to penalties and forfeiture to penalise bad landlords. But this is subject to a process to be managed by local authorities. A logical choice, I agree, but we all know local authorities are strapped for cash. They're pruning their meagre resources and will have little chance of effective intervention without significant further central government funding. It will fail, and proposals that it should be self-financing ring hollow, certainly in the early years. Perhaps the most loudly trumpeted feature of this bill is the abolition of Section 21. However, the government amendments have effectively delayed this by years. It may never happen under this government. As I explained at the beginning, the bill should at its heart be encouraging somehow the provision of more rental housing. We are tinkering with the details surrounding the challenge in this bill. Even the effectiveness of the tinkering has been diluted in the other place through the tsunami of amendments. We need to accelerate the supply pipeline as a priority. Wholesale investment by city institutions is required. The residential rental market needs to become an accepted, accredited investment sector in the eyes of these investors. It can be done. It has been done before. It has been done 30 years ago, long since the Second World War, with shared ownership. The government must work with these organisations and the advisory fraternity who understand it to create an investment product that will be sustainable to all parties and provide hundreds of thousands of homes that we need. My Lords, it can be done.
My Lords, I think I've received more briefings on this bill than I have on any other bill in the 10, nearly 11 years that I've been here. So it's clearly a very important issue, and it hits a vast number of people, but often, especially, the poorest in society. And it is a human right to have shelter, and we are apparently failing on that. Now, it would be wrong of me to pick out one particular briefing, but I'm going to, in fact, because the briefing from the Renters Reform Coalition was excellent. It starts by saying the private rented sector in England is characterised by poor standards, a lack of affordability, discrimination and insecurity. And I think that's a very fair summary. It's obviously very worrying, and in the Conservative Party manifesto of 2019 there was a promise to make a better deal for renters, and I think that this bill probably doesn't solve the problems. Now, I grew up in a council house on an amazing estate in the days when working class communities took pride in their environments, in their neighbourhoods, and the NHS took care of us and kept us healthy, and we felt incredibly lucky. We didn't own our own house, we didn't have a car. When I was very young, we didn't have a phone or a fridge, but we had a huge garden and we had a relatively car-free street to play in. It was a good life. My parents just thought they had won the lottery, which didn't exist at the time. However, then Thatcher happened along with deindustrialisation and the right to buy. All the well-built and desirable council housing was sold and resold. In my hometown of Brighton, 86% of the right to buy social housing is now re-let by private landlords. So that means most of our £23 billion housing benefit bill goes straight into private hands. A big subsidy payment going from taxpayers straight to those who can afford to own and sometimes rent out multiple homes. I completely understand why my old neighbours bought their homes at bargain discounts and resold them to get themselves a retirement plan. But the scandal is that Thatcher effectively stopped councils recycling the funds, reusing the funds to build more homes. Now, some noble lords here have agreed that supply is the problem, although we might possibly have different ideas about how to solve that problem. But the Thatcherites hated social housing, and that legacy has resulted in a largely privatised housing market. Since 2020, rents have risen 28%. Over 200,000 people being served no-fault eviction notices in that same period as landlord businesses aim to squeeze more money from their properties. And 1.2 million people on local authority waiting lists. What many people feel at the mercy of private landlords is failure and frustration. And so what are the solutions? The Rental Reform Bill is the smallest of steps, and it's got to be tougher in order to be fairer. We need rent controls, first of all. The Mayor of London has asked for these powers, and Greens at all levels of government would fight to give him them. Local mayors and local authorities know their areas, they understand the local housing market. This government should give them the power to make that choice. Secondly, we Greens would lengthen the notice periods for rent increases and stop landlords using spurious grounds to evict people. Thirdly, we would also support all the amendments that aim to make life easier for student renters. I do declare an interest here, as I now have grandchildren who are starting out into the world as students, and so they clearly have a vested interest in this. And above all, we would end the right to buy on council properties and start to rebuild social housing in this country. A dream is to return to the days when we were spending as much taxpayer money building homes as we do at the moment on housing benefit. Because the more social homes we have, the less we'll be filling the pockets of landlord businesses with taxpayers' money. This includes buying back the supply with local, regional and national schemes to bring properties back under the ownership of local government. In many coastal towns, it's estimated that up to a fifth of the housing is empty. We have to bring those communities back to life. The cross-party London Housing Committee, when chaired by the Green Party's Sian Berry, assessed that there are around 6,000 to 8,000 affordable homes in London that could be immediately added to the social housing mix. These don't have to be built from scratch because they are empty homes that already exist. There are a lot of empty properties all over the country sitting in investment portfolios, the so-called ghost flats, that should be actual homes for actual people. We can amend the Renters Reform Bill to turn it into legislation that will really help people, but it's a small step compared to the building of new social housing, buying back the supply and rent controls. Those are the policies that will have the biggest impact on the housing market and reducing rents in the private sector. I really do hope that the government will accept some of the amendments that will be coming forward at report stage.
My Lords, I'm grateful to the noble lady, the Minister, for last week's very helpful drop-in briefing session, particularly helpful for those of us who cannot claim expertise in housing law. I come to the issue from my long-standing concern about poverty. A growing proportion of those in poverty live in the private rented sector, and as many as 46% of children living in the sector are in poverty after taking account of housing costs. The failure to uprate local housing allowance annually as a matter of course doesn't help, especially at a time of spiralling rents, which the bill will do little to curb. Issues of affordability and security are of particular importance to those whose housing options are limited by lack of money or vulnerable circumstances such as those stemming from domestic abuse or disability. For all too many, homelessness is then the outcome. I'd therefore like to be able to welcome the bill, and indeed there are some welcome provisions, including the expansion of the homelessness prevention duty and the creation of a decent home standard for the PRS. Nevertheless, the 20 leading housing organisations who make up the Renters Reform Coalition are clear that it fails to achieve the White Paper's promise of quality, affordability and fairness, and comes from the Commons watered down and fundamentally weakened. Their concerns are echoed in most of the many other briefings received, for which I'm grateful. I applaud the aim articulated by the Minister at our briefing to create a fairer balance of power between landlords and tenants. But according to the Coalition, the bill preserves the central power imbalance at the root of why renting in England is in crisis. Moreover, as the National Residential Landlords Association stresses, quoting the Law Society, without investment in housing legal aid, the bill will not achieve its aims, and neither tenants nor landlords may be able to enforce their legal rights, a point raised too by Crisis and the Large Agents Representation Group. To enforce their rights, tenants first need clearer information, as the TDS Charitable Foundation argues. And if local authorities are to deploy their enforcement powers effectively, they need adequate resources to do so. My Lords, to put it charitably, indefinite pause on the abolition of Section 21 is, of course, disappointing to say the least. It increases the vulnerability faced by, for example, older tenants, renters of children, and domestic abuse survivors. Justice challenges the idea that the courts are not ready. I hope that at a minimum we might be able to subject total abolition to a clearer timeline. However, I was also struck by the Coalition's plea to us to focus on the inadequacies of the new tenancy system proposed by the bill. In particular, they are concerned that, first, the notice period remains only 2 months, despite over 100 council leaders urging an increase to 4 months, and the government's initial highlighting of the short eviction notice period as an important factor in why reform is needed. Second, that the period of protection against eviction under grounds 1 and 1A remains at 6 months, rather than the 2 years proposed in the government's original 2019 consultation. This will not provide the greater security promised. And third is the lack of strong legal safeguards to prevent abuse of the new grounds for eviction. In addition, my inbox has been flooded by emails from students who fear that their exclusion from the bill's safeguards will mean, among other things, that they, in effect, will remain subject to Section 21 type evictions in all but name. One provision in the bill that I do warmly welcome is the introduction of a blanket ban on renting to tenants in receipt of social security benefits or with children, which will widen the protection that already exists in theory for those with protected characteristics. However, if the government's aim that no family is discriminated against is to be achieved, I hope they will consider amendments put forward by Shelter to ensure that landlords cannot indirectly discriminate against social security claimants by making a new tenancy unaffordable. This is all the more important given the provision in the Data Protection Bill that could mean landlords' bank accounts being made open to scrutiny if LHA is paid direct to them, thereby making them even more reluctant to rent to tenants on social security. And I'm pleased to see the noble Lord Younger in his place, and I make that point. The amendments would place a limit on rent in advance, restrict the scenarios under which a landlord could legitimately require a guarantor, and also remove the requirement to prove intent to discriminate. In addition, reflecting the principle enunciated earlier by the Minister herself, Justice recommends that the provision should be extended to prevent blanket bans on other groups who have experienced discrimination, such as prison leavers and non-UK passport holders. The latter, I suggest, points to abolition of right to rent checks. My Lords, another group who are particularly vulnerable to the power imbalance that exists between landlords and tenants are disabled people. Disability Rights UK and Inclusion London, together with many other groups, have raised concerns about the proposed change to the definition of antisocial behaviour as grounds for eviction. As we've heard, instead of conduct causing or likely to cause a nuisance or annoyance, the bill proposes behaviour capable to cause nuisance or annoyance to a person, and hearsay evidence will become admissible. They feared that the new wording could be open to interpretation in such a way as to cover some behaviour of, for example, neurodiverse people, those with learning disabilities, or experiencing mental distress, and that the admissibility of hearsay evidence could open disabled people up to potential abuse, harassment, or even extortion. Their briefing also raises concerns about the implications of the new wording for those experiencing domestic abuse, as do Generation Rent and the Domestic Abuse Housing Alliance, DAHA. The former points out that victims and survivors of domestic abuse are more likely than other tenants to have AFB complaints made against them. Given the considerable concern, could the Minister please explain the justification for the new wording? And as I understand that the capable of causing formulation is being removed today from the Criminal Justice Bill, could she undertake to reconsider its usage here in this bill? Two other main issues have been raised in relation to domestic abuse victims and survivors. One concerns what we've already heard about as being dubbed the tenant trap, introduced by the government amendment that means tenants cannot end a contract during the tenancy's first 6 months. It was welcomed that the Minister confirmed in the Commons that there will be an exemption for domestic abuse victims and survivors, as mentioned by the Minister in her opening remarks. But we don't yet know what it will be. Could the Minister tell us more and whether the exemption will be included in the bill itself? It's important that it is. And can she assuage the anxiety of DAHA that it will require tenants taking court action, which is likely to take too much time and money for it to be an effective remedy for those who have good reason to leave a property before 6 months? The other relates to the new repeated rent arrears ground for eviction. Both Generation Rent and DAHA warn that victims and survivors of domestic abuse are particularly likely to be in rent arrears, especially if they've have been and or continue to be subject to economic abuse. Moreover, because this ground for eviction is mandatory, judges will not be able to use their discretion where, for instance, the arrears can be linked to abuse. I hope the Minister will be willing to take another look at this issue. We can't have a bill which purports to offer greater housing security, threatening even greater insecurity for those in vulnerable circumstances, such as domestic abuse survivors. My Lords, another group of renters who face especially vulnerable circumstances are those living with a tenant who has died. Surely the idea that the death of a tenant can constitute grounds for eviction is unconscionable when we think of what the bereaved survivor will be going through. Marie Curie argued that the bill offers an opportunity to bolster protections and rights for grieving private renters, but that in its current form, I quote, it would actually make the situation of bereaved renters worse. I hope the Minister will be able to take a look at this also. So in conclusion, my Lords, at report stage in the Commons, the Minister referred to his willingness to listen to suggestions for how we can improve the bill. Unfortunately, in too many cases, that listening has resulted not in improving, but in weakening the bill, so that it doesn't provide tenants with the security originally promised or adequately tackle what the impact assessment calls the systemic issues that underpin their poor experience. It will be a real shame if the improvements the bill does contain are overshadowed by the clauses that take us backwards. I hope that we'll be able to make changes in line with the government's original intention to strengthen tenant security and achieve a fairer balance of power between tenants and landlords.
My Lords, I declare my interest in the rural private rental sector as set out in the Register. I would also like to thank the Noble Baroness, the Minister, for her time in briefing me, and I would like to thank all those organisations who have also sent such excellent briefs. Can I also thank all those noble lords who have reiterated many of the points that I'm about to make. I welcome this bill, including the removal of the sometimes misused Section 21 for ending of tenancies. The bill attempts to balance the interests of tenants and landlords to both improve the letting experience of tenants and to secure the future of the PRS through protecting the possession rights of landlords. The bill deals with a wide spectrum of industry interests and characteristics and is principally demand-driven. Sadly, it is unable to address the underlying supply problem of insufficient housing and has a direct effect, which has a direct effect on the availability and cost of rental properties. Points made by the Lord Lytton and, of course, many others. In the 5 or more years that we've been waiting for this bill, the supply of rental accommodation has worsened. Hamptons have calculated that there were 43% fewer homes available for tenants to rent in the first 10 months of 2023 compared to the same period in 2015. Leaving aside the supply of housing, another major challenge facing the bill is the perceived inadequacy of the court system, which, of course, is not under the control of DLUC. And I would be most grateful if the noble lady, the Minister, could assure us that the two ministries involved are united in their efforts to make the necessary reforms. The abolition of Section 21, under which some unfair evictions have taken place, involves the reform of the court system in terms of the efficiency and timeliness of procedures under Section 8. Although Section 21 notices are now referred to as no-fault evictions, in fact, they are typically used for justifiable reasons, including rent arrears, antisocial behaviour, or landlords needing to sell or move back into a property. It is the unjustifiable reasons, like a landlord seeking to up the rent or failing to properly maintain a property, that has brought it into disrepute. Currently, Section 21 is being used as a substitute for other methods to secure possession because it's easier and quicker. Its abolition will add to the court's workload under Section 8. The loss of Section 21 notices means the loss of the ability to issue accelerated possession proceedings. There is therefore a practical fear by landlords that without reform, the courts will be even more overwhelmed and won't be able to deal with the cases in reasonable time. This is a major reason for landlords exiting the sector. The government is now committed to abolish Section 21, but only when reforms are made to the court system, including the need to increase resources and ensure a timelier resolution of justified possession cases. In addition, in order to secure fairness for both tenants and landlords, a properly functioning justice system is essential, and this involves access to and funding for housing, legal aid, as well as the courts. Landlords and tenants need to be able to enforce their legal rights in a timely and efficient manner. Reviews, reports and surveys are all part of the reform process, but there is an absence of published information on the metrics of improvement. This all resembles the old age question of how long is a piece of string. Please could the noble lady, the Minister, give us a timeline and even consider a drop-dead date for the abolition of Section 21. Also, what are the parameters for an improved court system? My other particular concern is a proposal to make all tenancies assured periodic tenancies. With the abolition of Section 21, there is no need to abolish fixed-term tenancies or assured short-hold tenancies. The government, by accepting the minimum term of 6 months, whereby a tenant can serve 2 months' notice at the end of the first 4-month period, concedes the importance of securing landlord and lender confidence to make private renting financially viable. The problem is that for some tenants and landlords, 6 months is too short, bearing in mind the favourable terms that can be negotiated under these agreements. Last year, the cross-party Levelling Up and Housing Committee Select Committee agreed a strange statement indicating that fixed-term tenancies should remain available where both parties want them. But given the current shortage of private rental properties, quote, this would likely result in tenants having fixed terms forced on them. This is plain wrong. No one is forcing a fixed term on anyone. A landlord cannot and should not be held responsible and suffer for lack of housing supply out of his control. That would be a very good reason for exiting the business, whereas conversely, the continuation of fixed terms for a year or more would stop more landlords exiting the private sector. Fixed-term tenancies, as other noble lords have said, suit many landlords and private renters and have the attraction of solid security of tenure that only allow the landlord to gain possession in mid-term in the case of antisocial behaviour and non-payment of rent. If a landlord fails to adhere to his obligations, including the proposed Decent Home Standard, the tenant should be able to terminate the tenancy with the advice and support of the local authority. This could also be dealt with by amendment to Section 30 of the 1908 Housing Act. Since the late 1980s, ASTs have worked well for most tenants and landlords and are based on the freedom of contract between consenting parties. The average tenancy length in the last English Housing Survey is 4.3 years. So allowing tenants to fix a longer period that suits them is in a tenant's best interest. Surely a vote of confidence in the system. There is a place for them in the new world, albeit as an option open to both parties if they wish to fix a term rather than accept the new norm of periodic tenancies. At the end of the fixed term, the tenancy would revert to being a periodic tenancy. But surely there should be an option for the landlord and tenant, if they agree, to opt out of this periodic tenancy and agree a further fixed term. As can be seen from the debate at third reading in the other place, referred to by the noble Lord Frost, several members raised the issue of the abolition of ASTs, leading to some landlords moving to short-term lets and the holiday let market. The amendment of the MP for Totnes called for a fixed-term tenancy option, but it wasn't called, although it had secured 50 signatures of support, as well as a powerful speech at the end of the debate from Sir Christopher Chope, regretting the move away from privity of contract. He also warned of the potential loss of housing available to rent and the likely increased cost. My third major concern with this legislation is much the same as that of the noble Lord Lytton. But I'm pleased to say the government has largely accepted that there is a problem, and that is the housing of agricultural and other workers in the rural context, where housing, and particularly affordable housing, may be in short supply. Access to affordable accommodation is a key part of rural employment, and we should remember that 85% of rural businesses are not farming or forestry. In Schedule 1 of the bill, there are listed the various grounds for possession, which partly cover my concern, but I'll be supporting various amendments to strengthen these clauses, which are so important in the rural economy. Finally, I would like to welcome much that's in the bill, from the new Decent Home Standard to the creation of a private rental property portal and an ombudsman scheme that will hopefully resolve matters that might otherwise go to court. Student letting requires more amendment, including measures to allow flexibility for students to alter accommodation arrangements during the academic year. My Lords, this bill has many of the right ingredients for a reform of the PRS, but there is room for sensible refinement to enable both landlords and tenants to be comfortable at the same time as ensuring that the supply of housing for rent is not threatened but encouraged. In parallel, government should be concentrating on housing supply, and particularly that of the social and affordable sectors, as mentioned by many other noble lords.
It's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Carrington, and I'd like to thank my noble friend, the Minister, for her helpful introduction to take us through the bill. Before speaking, I should declare my interest, as in the Register of Interests. I am and have been a landlord, as well as a tenant and a leaseholder. I am not, I'm afraid, confident that this bill will do what the explanatory memorandum in paragraph 1 says it aims to do: to ensure private renters have access to a secure and decent home, and that landlords retain the confidence to possess their properties when they have good reason to. I think we all agree with this aim. It's a very important aim, and the government is right to want it. But I'm not sure that the bill is the best method for achieving it. Rather, in my view, it will make for uncertainty in a number of ways. Here are some of them. The ending of assured fixed-term tenancies under the 1988 Act. The end of no-fault eviction, Section 21, yet the introduction of alternative provision for landlords to repossess their properties when the bill says they have good reason to do so. The provision for a two-stage transition period for these arrangements, the second stage uncertain, to be fixed by the Secretary of State once the arrangements for the courts have been changed to accommodate the new system. Other problems have been discussed by other noble lords. Lord Etherton, to the powers granted to local authorities to impose fines of £30,000, powers which are properly, and I would agree and urge your lordships to think along the same lines, properly for the courts to impose. Lord Malsford, to the implications for privacy on the data which will be collected on individuals. Lord Adonis, to the pressure on the courts, and indeed other noble lords like Lord Carrington. Lord Truscott, to the costs for the private landlords. Like Lord Malsford, the noble Earl Lord Lytton, and my noble friend Lord Frost, I am particularly concerned about ending assured fixed-term leases. I'll focus on this, which I see as to be the most problematic and unsettling proposal in the bill: the abolition of assured fixed-term tenancies under the 1988 Act, which lays down that tenancies can be periodic, renewable after the rent period, typically a month, or fixed term. And we've heard today about some of the length of the tenancies which are already in use and popular. This arrangement gives both landlord and tenant the security of knowing how long their letting is for, and the option to propose and agree a variation to reflect wishes and circumstances, including renewal if they wish. Instead, the bill proposes that in future all tenants will be on a single system of periodic tenancies, which are little more than a rolling tenancy of a month, where tenants give notice of leaving and landlords cannot provide any notice of ending the lease other than on the stipulated reasonable grounds set out in the legislation. This is conceived in the bill as part of a package along with abolishing no-fault evictions. The overall aim is said to give greater security to the tenant to deal with problematic landlords who use no-fault evictions to end the tenancies. I understand that was a manifesto commitment by the Conservative government, but getting rid of fixed-term tenancies was not a manifesto commitment, and as other noble lords have
have pointed out it is unnecessary to do so, given the aims of this bill. Yes, there are bad landlords. The problem can and should be addressed, but you don't need to overturn the arrangements under settled law to address the problem of shameful properties let in appalling conditions. I disagree with the Secretary of State who told the House of Commons it is a conservative measure in the tradition of measures introduced by conservative prime ministers. Previous measures were based on the principles of common law and the protections it offers both parties, while improving on how they operated. Labour's Rent Act 1977 did not permit no-fault eviction, but subsequent conservative measures, the Housing Act 1988, did by introducing the concept of the assured short-hold tenancy only when complex notice procedures were followed, while the Housing Act 1996 introduced amendments to make the assured short-hold tenancy the default option, unless the parties agreed to the tenancy. And I'm grateful here to iHouse and the KC Andrew Butler, who made available to Parliament an analysis of the background and who have provided a more nuanced proposal than that provided in the bill. What I would like to say is that what we have seen is the extension of the private rental sector to account for 1 in 5 households. It seems rather silly, to put it mildly, to end the arrangements on which the private sector rental section is based and has succeeded so well and mushroomed since the 1980s. My lords, the less interference in a free society by the state between people making contracts with each other, the better, rather than the politicising transactions that should be in an area that should be a politics-free zone under the principles and protections of settled law. Yes, there should be regulation against unfair contracts. People should be able to enter into a contract with full knowledge, should know what they are taking on, each party, tenant and landlord. Entering into agreement with each other with full knowledge, openly protected by law, should be for them to decide. Tenants should be able to stipulate their conditions, and so should landlords, and an agreement met. I agree that fixed-term tenancies should be an option for landlord and tenant alike. And may I, if your lordships will bear with me for a minute, I've been a commercial tenant for our think tank, and we have been on the receiving end of a request to end a lease early, not an obligation, and the landlord made a generous offer of a few months' rent-free period, which gave us a cushion on which to perhaps find a more expensive property and have the confidence and have sorted out the problems before the lease would have otherwise come to an end. And indeed, I've been on the receiving. I have asked a landlord during the pandemic, when the service charges amounted to more than the cost of the lease per annum, could we leave because of our not-for-profit status being charitably funded? And in both cases, these requests were met with due consideration by the tenant and the landlord, I being the tenant and the landlord being another one, making an offer on another occasion, and in both occasions without any interference or bureaucracy by the courts, which is what it should be when we enter into a transaction, two parties to a transaction in this country under the rule of law. I hope we can amend this measure to leave in place fixed-term assured tenancies so that landlords and tenants alike will have the option of certainty needed, if they want it, of a fixed-term lease, and the security that this bill aims for can be achieved by compensation clauses, giving tenants a period rent-free, for instance, in the case of non-fault eviction. Such arrangements leave in place the clarity of contractual arrangements, rather than replacing them with a cocktail of written statements, responsibilities, letters, property portals, and ombudsman, the individual parts of which will become opaque under the bureaucracy that will surely follow in the bill's wake. That is, unless, with your lordship's help, we can ensure the real security at which this bill aims.
My Lords, I declare my interest, in particular my interest as peers to the planet, which probably provides a clue as to what I'm going to talk about and contribute towards in this debate, which is about the question of energy efficiency in the private rental sector. I've much enjoyed other Lords' contributions. It's been incredibly interesting, and I totally agree with Baroness Jones that I've had more things coming into my inbox about this debate than pretty much anything that I can remember. Noble Lords have dealt with all the points I agree with, but I want to make a few specific points about environmental effectiveness of the PRS sector. Energy efficiency improvements always contribute to better living conditions, as well as tackling emissions from home heating. That is a crucial part of meeting our climate commitments. By improving air temperature, humidity levels, and air quality, energy efficiency can help address multiple physical and mental health issues. We've heard a lot about that this afternoon. They can also help reduce fuel poverty by reducing energy demand. And therefore, landlords, good for them, they can increase the value of their properties. It's a win-win. But this is an area where the government is seriously delaying action, particularly disappointing when the CCC highlighted in its last progress report to Parliament that government is off track in relation to energy efficiency measures in buildings, all buildings, with progress in the private sector remaining really slow. That's the quote from them. Government policy in this area has been piecemeal and consultation is subject to delay. Plans for all tenancies to meet the EPC Band C by 2028 followed a consultation that ended in January 2021, and there has been no response from the government since then. That's a long time. Instead, in September last year, the Prime Minister, quote, scrapped the plan on the basis of the financial pressures it could place on landlords. But this is despite the evidence from numerous corners of the financial and wider benefits for renters, as well as the potential benefits for so many landlords, in the form of property value increase and tenant demand, if there is a clear and supportive plan in place. This bill, on the other hand, does offer the government a real opportunity to reconsider its approach and inject ambition back into making the private renting sector more energy efficient. Indeed, its own 2022 white paper on making the PRS sector fairer recognised the impact of poor quality housing on renters' health and well-being, which we have heard a lot about today, and their educational attainment, but the impact on energy bills and the pressures on low-income renters, as well as the burden we know it causes on public spending. It also recognised that to meet our net zero target, we have to largely eliminate emissions from our housing stock by 2050. So this is an important part of it. I believe that businesses and good landlords would support the government delivering its commitments, if given the confidence, long-term policy certainty and support they need. Indeed, following the Prime Minister's rollback last September, the National Residential Landlords Association, one of the many people emailing, said that the government's delay in responding to its consultation meant that there was really no hope of meeting the originally proposed deadline, and that it really wants to see the properties as energy efficient as possible, but the sector needs certainty about how and when. The UK Sustainable Investment Finance Association, which is a finance and investment community of over 300 members managing 19 trillion in assets, also lamented the stop-start nature of policy making and that the Prime Minister's announcements removed clear targets to give investors confidence. More broadly, hundreds of leading businesses and professional organisations from within the built environment have expressed their concern over the decision to delay or to weaken the green policies, and they disagree with the narrative that delaying climate action would reduce costs to households. I think that's something that we have debunked in this chamber many times. They have said that the longer we delay, the more we see stop-start piecemeal policy, the harder and more expensive the task becomes. They've also asked for a national retrofit strategy, which will ultimately pay dividends in tax returns. This bill really does offer the government an opportunity to respond positively. But as I've mentioned, it's not just about business, but about the impact on households, including vulnerable ones, and the question of fairness around delaying action. As the bill's explanatory notes say, the PRS sector increasingly provides for homes for families and for older tenants, and the decision to delay energy efficiency improvements has led to additional costs for fuel bills. Analysis by the ECIU showed that if minimum energy efficiency standards had already been in place, private renters could have saved over 400 million in total, or in fact £140 per annum in gas bills over the last winter. That's a lot of money if you're on universal credit. Generation rent research shows that fuel poverty only fell by 4% for private renters since 2010. This is compared to 35% for owner-occupiers, 54% for council tenants. If we introduce energy efficiency measures to bring a home up to EPC band C, we could take households completely out of fuel poverty. Citizens Advice have reported the widespread problem of damp, mould and cold, driven by the really poor energy efficiency of some privately rented homes. 31% of renters said they were unable to heat their home to a comfortable temperature. That rises to nearly 50% and 45% of people with disabilities. That's awful. By their analysis, upgrading all the homes could prevent 670,000 children developing asthma and 6,000 winter deaths a year. This must be something we all want. In the other place, the Housing Secretary said that improvements need to be balanced against the cost to individual landlords and tenants. There will be costs, but there are solutions for providing support and incentives to make the investment for landlords much more attractive. And as businesses said, the sooner the government commits to a proper plan in the pre-RS sector and for all housing, the sooner the costs will come down and we will be much closer to decarbonising our housing sector.
My Lords, I should begin with a short disclosure that my wife and I have in the next door house under our ownership 5 one-bedroom flats in which tenants are occupied and tenants we do our very best to look after well. My Lords, I don't often speak in your Lordship's house, but in recent times I have found myself always at the bottom of the Speaker's list. I had hopes with this bill that I see Lord Cromwell, he's not quite the bottom, he takes the bottom place and I've run away from that. I did have better hopes for this debate because I was next door to the noble Lord Frost in the earlier draft of the list of speakers. Lord Frost has kept his place and I have tumbled down to the bottom. But speaking late in a debate does give the opportunity to refer to the earlier speakers in the debate, and I do so most willingly. I would like to thank the Minister, the Noble Baroness Swinburne, for her excellent introduction, with which I found myself largely in agreement. I can also have the opportunity of thanking Baroness, my noble friend, Damaris Taylor of Stevenage, on her opening speech on behalf of my party. I particularly agreed with her comments on the impact of the changes in the many amendments that were moved in the House of Commons, and I also agree with her comment that the government has ended up by just kicking, and I'm quoting my noble friend, just kicking the can down the road. And I also agree with her in her reference to the need for fundamental reform. I'm not going to go through all the speakers. I could do, because there are excellent speeches to comment upon, but I will just refer to Lord Best. His excellent description of the switch of social housing to PRS was quite excellent, and I'm sure we're all grateful to him for his brilliant analysis of the current status of the landlord-tenant market. My Lords, I want to move to the complexity problem. This is not the first bill that inflicts on ourselves and then on the users of our bills much complexity. If only our parliamentary draftsmen could remind themselves of the Occupiers Liability Act of 1956, which sets out in the most simple terms and clear terms the liabilities of all occupiers of land. What about this bill? Its size is colossal. It's 194 pages, 140 clauses, and 6 complex schedules. In mastering this torrent of proposed legislation, we've had the benefit of excellent briefings from the Law Society, Justice, and most of all from our library staff in their excellent briefing paper. Therefore, my lords, shouldn't we remind ourselves in this bill, as we can remind ourselves in other bills on composite points, that this bill is directed to the fundamental right of all of our citizens in the private rented sector to have, 1, the security of a decent home, and 2, having a fair rent to pay, and likewise to enable landlords to provide just that. I will return later to the great importance that such ordinary citizens should have a proper access and given an understanding of the provisions of this bill. But may I just go to when I first became aware of the relationship between landlord and tenant in the private rented sector. As a young barrister operating in the 1960s, we were operating then under the old Rent Acts, where there was security of tenure and protection from unaffordable rent increases that came about in the terms of the Rent Acts, that no eviction could be made without cause. I would just like to mention there was one particularly interesting provision in the old Rent Acts which enabled a landlord to move a tenant from one property to another on the grounds of offering suitable alternative accommodation. That hasn't reappeared in this bill, and I criticise it not, but it's a rather nice memory. Secondly, and I would remind you of under the old Rent Acts, they were controlled, the rents were controlled by the rent tribunals. What, of course, went wrong is that the rent was too low for landlords to invest in their properties, and many were in shocking condition. This was brought home to me in the 1980s and 1940s when my wife and I moved into a square in London, then dominated by rent-protected properties, and we learned some appalling things. I just refer to 2 of them. There were 2 spinster ladies, I think well into their 80s, who were next door to us. They had no hot water in their rented property, or indeed any heat provided except perhaps from the electric fire. They did have a bath, but no hot water to go into it. So what did they do? They bought a washing machine and put it through all its motions without putting in the detergent. And when the hot water exited from the washing machine, they had some water in the bath in which they needed to bathe themselves. Also, we learned in the square of a top-floor tenant who had no supply of electricity, and his only form of getting light into his flat was using a gas supply. Now, my lords, we should therefore be aware of what happened in this bill's long journey in the House of Commons. This was referred to by my noble friend Baroness Stevenage, but let's look at it in a little more detail. In committee, the government tabled 183 amendments, including 52 new clauses and 1 new schedule. Well, bravo, but was the balance, as my noble friend has suggested, being disturbed? And then there were the 81 amendments tabled by my party in the other place, and they were all rejected. These amendments were non-political, dealing with such things as the proposed rent levels, notice to quit periods, financial provisions for breaching landlords. And there are other examples I could give. At the report stage, my lords, the government excelled itself even more. It moved 225 amendments, 24 new clauses, and 1 further new schedule. Well, bravo again. But was the bill improved? And indeed, my noble friend Baroness Taylor suggests it was the very opposite. So once again in report, all of the amendments of my party were rejected. And I have to say that the treatment in the House of Commons of the legislature during the passage of this bill was the most shoddy treatment. As is the custom in this House, the government can expect constructive amendments from all quarters, and may we be properly treated in all our amendments. Yes, the creation of the obligatory requirement for landlords to enter into the ombudsman scheme. Yes, the setting up of a digital property portal. Yes, the application of decent home standards are all most welcome. But all will be defeated unless the court system can promptly deal with eviction or possession cases. And unless also housing legal aid is massively increased to the levels that I remember of the 1960s. In the complexities of the provisions of this bill, tenants shouldn't be forced to appear in the county courts as litigants in person, a burden on the judiciary and a cause of delay in the courts transacting his business. So, my lords, and I look towards the Minister, may the government in this House listen to us on the back benches and be willing to consider our amendments and judge them on their merit.
Hear, hear.
Right, my lords. I am neither a landlord nor a tenant. I have managed properties in the past, and I do have a property qualification. All 4 of my children were tenants during their student days and remain as tenants in their start of their professional lives. I've also had extensive briefings from both landlord and tenants and their respective representative bodies, providing their perspectives and their chosen statistics. As the last speaker today, I am not going to rerun all the statistics because most of them have already been quoted. So I hope that will be appreciated. I'm also not going to name check everybody, but we have had, I think we can agree, a diverse but fascinating set of speeches. I congratulate all those involved. Forgive me if I don't name check you. Now, my lords, there are some emotive issues here. For a tenant, the property they rent may become emotionally their home. For the landlord, the property is often their most valuable asset. They paid for it and they maintain it. It is their source of income or pension, and renting it out also means taking on costs, regulations, and the risks of placing it into the hands of strangers. Into this sensitive environment have come terms like no-fault evictions, kicking people out on the street, even stating paradoxically that landlords actually create homelessness, and distressing anecdotes, and I underline this, from both tenants and landlords. In recent days, I've heard a good deal of pantomime stereotypes, and I really hope that we can set these aside and address the underlying issues. My lords, there certainly are some rogue landlords, albeit that the government assures us they're a small minority, who provide substandard accommodation and treat their tenants badly. I support those aspects of this bill that are helpful in addressing that minority. But I add a note, as others have, of caution about enforcement. This bill will not touch the rogues unless it is enforced vigorously against some nasty, elusive, and in some cases dangerous people. The noble lady, the Minister, in very kindly meeting with me and her officials yesterday, for which many thanks again, advised that fines levied by local authorities would fund enforcement. I remain sceptical, not least as local authorities are already so strapped for cash. I welcome also the requirement to have a written agreement, and I suggest that it should automatically include as an annex an inventory of contents and condition, as the lack of one of these frequently leads to disputes later on. I also support the register portal idea, provided it is better than the company's house register, which we discussed in some detail during the Economic Crime Bill and the many companies registered to an M-Mouse, etc. But, my lords, in acknowledging that there are bad landlords, we should also accept that there are bad tenants who will play the system and abuse the landlord-tenant relationship. And there are also market and other factors beyond the control of both landlords and tenants. The underlying issue, my lords, is a simple one that many speakers have addressed: lack of supply. A recent debate in this House referred to a shortfall of more than 1 million homes, and many speakers today have touched on this also. Private landlords were encouraged, in particular with the Housing Act 1988, to reduce this gap between supply and demand. But the difference between supply and demand remains stark. This bill is presented as achieving a better deal for tenants, but not through increasing the supply, but rather by altering the landlord-tenant relationship, primarily perhaps by reducing the rights of landlords. And it begs a simple but fundamental question to the noble lady, the Minister. Will this bill lead to an increase in the supply of rental accommodation? My Lord, Section 21 is at the heart of the debate around this bill. Introduced as an incentive for the provision of accommodation by private landlords, they have enabled an increase in the private rented sector, as many have covered. This is based largely on landlords having the confidence that they could recover their property when they're required to do so. To lose sight of this confidence, the understanding that even if they never use it, landlords know that they can get their property back through serving a notice, is to put the sustained supply of rental accommodation at risk. Tenant representative bodies tag these notices as no-fault evictions, but we should also remember that tenants can and do, to coin a phrase, make no-fault departures, should they, without needing to give any reason, decide to move out on just 1 or 2 months' notice, leaving the landlord with costs and no income until a new tenant is in place, and quite possibly a lengthy overhanging dispute, for example, about now departed, possibly out of the country even, tenants' deposits. So this bill would mean that tenants can leave on short notice and without a reason, while landlords would only be able to recover what is after all their property on limited and specific grounds. That doesn't feel equitable to me. An underlying concern for tenant representatives about Section 21 is that once the initial tenancy period, a security that this bill seeks to reduce or remove, as others have said, is over, a Section 21 notice can be used should the landlord want their property back, or in some cases to seek, if you wish to use emotive language, to extort an increased level of rent. As regards wanting their property back, the landlord, and the bill reasonably supports this, can do so if they wish to sell the property or make it available for a family member. As regards raising the rent, I believe there is a point here, and I would support rental movements being limited to inflationary increases. But again, supply and demand is relevant. A landlord cannot expect to succeed in renting out a property for more than the market rent. To bring the rate down, we need more supply rather than fewer landlords. The underlying concern for landlords, apart from the psychological aspect of restriction on their ownership rights, is that to recover their property is going to mean going to court. It's been put to me that perhaps a landlord would have to go to court anyway if a tenant refused to leave under the current Section 21 notice provisions. I contest that, and given the clear simplicity of the Section 21 notice, the great majority of tenants do accept its validity. Speaking with landlords in recent months, I've learned a couple of reality checks that I think we need to think about. Section 21 notices are already being served by landlords who want to get their property back and to avoid the drawn-out, adversarial and expensive legal processes in due course to recover their property. Secondly, landlords are becoming far more risk-averse, and tell me they will do so, as to which people they might rent to. As one landlord put it to me starkly, after this bill, I will never rent to a family again. Speaking then with those who say they represent tenants, I've been struck by how sanguine they seem to be about the impact of this bill on rental accommodation. They tell me that they assume that landlords will sell up, perhaps to a first-time buyer, perhaps to a local authority or another private landlord, although that seems a little bit of a circular expectation. Not only is this carelessly dismissive of those who provide rental accommodation, it's also a pure gamble, my lords. Depending which statistics you choose, some say there will be a decrease in rental accommodation, and this is borne out by the discussions I have just referred to. Others say there will be no impact. I do find that hard to believe. But in any event, no one is saying that there will be any increase in the availability of rental property, which is what we're all seeking to achieve. So, my lords, given the risks and costs involved for landlords by the removal of Section 21, what mitigation does the bill provide? It is a yet-to-be-created, swift and fair court system, perhaps even cost-free. There seems to be no objective metric, as many have mentioned, for the Lord Chancellor to deem that the county courts will be working sufficiently well, and I do hope that we can address this in later stages of this bill. Court hearings on property matters are already increasing, and plus, by definition, a great increase in such cases will be inevitable, as all tenancies are now being ended under Section 8, and this will be cases brought by tenants and by landlords. My lords, this swift judicial process is a fantasy, and it is strictly for the birds. And talking of birds, it was Lord Bird who warned us some months ago that the last time the government meddled with the rental sector, the supply shrank. And I think Lord Bird knows more than many in this House about homelessness. In short, making responsible landlords recover their property via legal action will reverse the expansion of rental accommodation. Rogue landlords, on the other hand, will probably continue to enforce their will by less formal methods. My lords, tenants and landlords, sorry, forgive me, I've jumped ahead. You may be glad to know that I'm not going to lay you off. Turning finally to the question of initial fixed terms. We're told that tenants need security of tenure so they can put their children into school, develop a sense of community, hold down a local job, all of which makes complete sense, at least in some cases. But its logic must surely therefore support long initial terms, not their abandonment by making them legally void beyond 6 months, as this bill does. My lord, tenants and landlords can both benefit from longer fixed terms. Both get continuity, less frictional cost, and less disruption. Tenants will also benefit where landlords offer rental discounts or property enhancements to tenants wishing to enter longer-term agreements, and I have seen that in practice. I was struck by the repeated comments on this from tenants. One simply said to me, "There is absolutely no way I would be willing to sign up for less than a 1-year fixed initial term. I don't want the prospect of having at last found a place I can afford, having to move on in a shorter period than that." A tenant like this, and there are many, who wants to be sure that they have security for longer than 6 months, is prevented by this bill from obtaining it. Yes, the circumstances in which the landlord can remove them to sell the property or provide it to a family member would be limited, but the tenant beyond 6 months has no protection should the landlord serve a notice to that effect. The problem presented to me is that a tenant may get so-called trapped, and this has been referred to by some speakers, for a fixed initial period in a property that is not what they were led to believe. I do see that issue, but 2 points occur to me. First, this is a caveat to both parties when signing up. After all, the landlord may find themselves trapped with a bad tenant. Secondly, a correctly drafted tenancy document provides for either party to quit in the event of contract breaches by the other. So a long agreed fixed term is still escapable, if that's the right word. So a system where tenant and landlord lose the ability to agree a tenancy for any period over 6 months of secure occupancy seems perverse, and it is a further disincentive to the supply of accommodation. I note also that if the landlord faces the risk of tenants changing every few months, with the associated costs and delays of repair, redecoration, reletting, disputes over deposit, and I haven't mentioned tenants bringing in livestock, but this could also be a feature if they are seeking insurance payments for damage by the tenant's assorted livestock, which the landlord would not now be able to refuse to be allowed to be kept on the property. Then, in that situation, landlords would probably have to seek higher rents to cover the associated costs of tenant turnover. In closing, my lords, it seems to me that however superficially well-intentioned this bill is, it satisfies neither tenants nor landlords. Both need certainty of tenure balanced with certainty of recovery. But none of this is attainable without certainty of supply. That is the core issue which we must return to. While the elements of this bill that deal with standards of accommodation and the portal registration are largely to be welcomed, the bill's approach to landlord and tenant relationships will deplete supply and exacerbate the problems that it seeks to solve. I'm most grateful for your indulging me to going on at such length.
Sorry.
Speaking in the gap.
My understanding was Lord Howard was speaking.
No. Okay, right, there we go. My apologies, noble lords. Well, first of all, I'd like to declare my interest as a member of the cohort of Local Government Association Vice Presidents. My lords, this has been a very interesting, informed, wide-ranging debate. Noble lords have shown their different expertise in the time-honoured tradition of this chamber. And what is clear to us that it has given us all food for thought, and that we will have our work cut out during the passage of this bill. But what is clear is that noble lords do have some serious concerns, and that views are somewhat polarised. My lords, the state of the private rented sector was very, very clearly outlined by Lords Best, Truscott and Etherton. So you'll be pleased to know that I will not go into detail. But the bottom line is clear. There is a significant shortfall in the availability of homes for private rent. Now, Rightmove data, and nobody's quoted this data, so I'll go with it. Rightmove data tells us that the number of available rental properties is 26% below 2019 levels. And the number of people looking for a rental home is 54% above 2019 levels. And staggeringly, some 50,000 properties would be needed to bring the supply back up to those pre-pandemic levels. That is staggering. And yet, at the same time, agents are receiving 3 times as many enquiries about every available home to rent. My lords, this leads to a rationing of a very scarce and very precious resource, which, as one agent described to me recently, as a beauty parade. Landlords can now pick the best tenants, and we all know who they are, and more importantly, who they are not. And as has also been said most passionately by my noble friend Baroness Pinnock and by Lord Best, the real issue at the heart of this shortage is the lack of homes for social rent. What is noticeable about all the charities lobbying us about this bill is their commendable protection of the most vulnerable in society, the elderly, those suffering domestic abuse, families on low income, or those who need additional support to keep and get their lives on track. And, lately, students who clearly feel that the bill turns them into second-rate tenants, denied the rights of other tenants. My lords, excepting students, all of those groups of people, maybe 10, 15 years ago, would have been living in social housing, with a landlord that would not only give them stability through security of tenure, but additional support if needed. So let's turn to the detail of the bill. Now, this is a selective gallop around the course to show our areas of concern on these benches and where we will be working across the House to try and persuade the government to make some changes. And to the noble lady, the Minister, I would say, whilst acknowledging that there are good aspects and some very good aspects, but I won't be mentioning those. The big one, not the abolition of Section 21, the cruelest and biggest disappointment for some of us in the bill for sure. So much has already been said most ably by the Bishop of Chelmsford, Baroness Taylor and others. Now, we know Citizens' Advice has seen significant increases in those seeking help from Section 21 evictions and facing homelessness, and that the numbers being served Section 21 notices has risen. We know that the numbers of families in temporary accommodation are rising month on month, and that those costs are spiralling, causing serious issues in the budgets of some councils. And of course, this has ultimately led to an increase in the number of homeless people on our streets. So I will simply ask the noble lady, on what basis is this delay truly justified? Now, we will be seeking to ensure that the government put a date for ending Section 21 on the face of the bill, which should be no later than 6 months after royal assent. Optimistic, you might say? Perhaps, but yet there is hope. We welcome the Labour Party's announcement that they would introduce this on their first day of government. Now, my lords, the new tenancy regime was broadly welcomed across all stakeholders when the bill was introduced in the other place, but I note today the debate on the abolition of fixed-term tenancies will certainly exercise us during committee. But we have concerns that the government amendment, which means that tenants can't give their notice until they have been in the property 4 months. We understand that landlords will want to know that they will get 6 months from each tenancy, and, as the noble lord opposite said, that tenants will want security. But things happen, circumstances change, and sometimes the property is not all that it should be. And it's worth pointing out that the present market conditions and the stresses of finding and funding a tenancy means that a tenant will not usually give notice unless something is seriously wrong, either with the property or with themselves or their family. Because most renters want that security of tenure. They do not want to move unless forced to, as it costs them, as the noble Baroness Taylor said, around £1,700 according to figures from Generation Rent. We do believe it should be possible to make compassionate exceptions in cases of those fleeing domestic violence or in cases of illness or death, for example, as mentioned by several noble lords, and I was heartened by the noble lady, the Minister's comments in her introduction. In lieu of Section 21, the abolition of Section 21, Section 8 will contain the grounds for terminating a tenancy, and these grounds have been extended in the bill. Now, we have concerns particularly around ground 1 and 1A, and this is where the landlord can evict a tenant if they wish to move one of their family into the home or sell it, both entirely reasonable scenarios. But the bill as it stands means a tenant can be out after 6 months. We would seek to extend that period longer, hopefully to a year. We are concerned that these two grounds will be used in much the same way as Section 21 because of the very low burden of proof on the landlord. Who do we think will be checking that the home is sold or a family member has moved in? What will be in place to prevent landlords from gaming the system? We will be supporting amendments requiring landlords to prove the use of these grounds. We note the bill provides for a 3-month ban on landlords letting the property following the use of these grounds. My lords, this simply isn't long enough to disincentivise its use. Whether the government will agree to a longer protected period or not, we believe that the notice period for eviction under grounds 1 and 1A should be extended to at least 4 months to give a little more time to sort out a new place to live. Under the present circumstances, Shelter have said that it takes 40% of renters with families longer than 2 months to find a home. Without this, we fear even more renters will be forced into homelessness. And so the burden on councils increases, not to mention the very human cost. And I would remind the House of the letters signed by more than 100 council leaders asking for a similar extension period because of the rising costs of temporary accommodation and the lack of suitable properties. We hope this is an area where government will think again. Unfortunately, the dire situation in the courts, as very well amplified by Lord Adonis, has led to this backpedalling, and it is true that the length of time a landlord currently waits to get a court hearing varies, with the mean time being 7 months. We agree that this is far too long, but we do not accept that this should lead to a delay in abolishing Section 21, but that the government must and should be investing in the courts and in particular housing legal aid. The situation regarding access to legal aid is particularly poor in rural areas. The Law Society has drawn attention to this, stating that almost 44% of the population of England and Wales do not have a housing legal aid provider in their area. We are concerned that whilst the bill seeks to introduce stronger powers to evict antisocial tenants who are persistently disruptive, and we completely agree with that, but the definitions are not suitably defined and appear too subjective or open to abuse. There are also serious issues regarding victims of domestic abuse, where such abuse is regularly mistaken and reported as ASB. These need to be listened to and taken seriously. We can't just ignore the unintended consequences of this bill on such a group, that on average, remembering that on average 2 women a week are killed by a former or a current partner. And on this, I agree with much of what Baroness Lister of Burset said in her excellent contribution. Now, it's good to see that the bill will make it illegal to have blanket bans on renting to tenants on benefits and those with children. And can I just say to the noble Lord opposite, I do not see what is in this bill that could possibly make a landlord not want to rent to a family. Perhaps you can explain it to me afterwards. Thus hopefully ending that discrimination, and yet again discrimination of the most vulnerable. However, we would urge the government to look at several other practices where discrimination occurs. If a landlord insists on several months' rent up front, and they do, that disadvantages many people for obvious reasons. And likewise, the use of a guarantor. Not everyone has family or friends willing or able to act as a guarantor. Both of these measures are in effect marginalising the less well-off. On rent rises, we feel the bill does not go far enough. The proposed annual limit of 1 rent rise is positive, but it still gives no real guarantee as to how much the rent could rise. And the process to challenge an unfair rent rise is complex and lengthy. And what worries me was the statement that, tenants could find themselves in a position where the first-tier tribunal could actually say the rent is worth more. I kind of felt that was a bit of a veiled threat and was actually would act as a deterrent to actually challenge a rent rise. Surely to link increases to CPI or median wage growth would be fairer and transparent and obviate the need to appeal to the first-tier tribunal at all. We cannot escape the fact that the real issue is lack of supply, and we know much supply has been lost to short-term lets, and that was expanded on very well by Lord Truscott. There are no incentives in this bill for landlords to return to long-term rentals, as opposed to the damaging over-provision in some areas like Cornwall and Cumbria and tourist spots of the more lucrative Airbnb. These should include making the playing field level between the two tenures using taxation, regulation or health and safety requirements. My Lords, there is much more to say and time to say it in detail at later stages. But I would like to end by reinforcing the words from my noble friend Baroness Pinnock and others regarding the role of local authorities in making this bill work. As things stand now, they can't do the job that we or they would want them to do. These additional demands are only going to make things worse. The fact that the bill at last expects the private rented sector to meet decent home standard and has given some additional powers to councils, these will come to nothing without the resources to do the job properly. And likewise, extending the homeless duty on councils sounds admirable, but some councils are barely coping now. Finally, my lords, we do not feel that the bill as it stands has rebalanced the relationship between landlord and tenant. It still feels to us like the landlord has the upper hand, which is perhaps why in their briefing they wish to see the bill passed as soon as possible, and why the Renters Coalition have branded it a failure.
Oh, well said.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to close this second reading debate for the opposition, and I thank all noble lords who have participated at this stage of the bill. The expertise, skills and knowledge on this subject matter in your Lordship's House has been demonstrated in such an eloquent manner, and I agree with the noble Lord, Lord Cromwell. It's been a fantastic and diverse debate. Can I also pay tribute to all the campaign groups and organisations that have campaigned consistently in relation to this bill? I thank them all for their very helpful briefings, and I do agree with the noble Baroness Lady Jones of Molescombe that I've never had this much level of briefings for any bill that I worked on in your Lordship's House. My Lords, on these benches we welcome the bill, and as the noble Lord Best said, this is an improvement. This is improvement and steps. This is an improvement of steps to redress the landlord and tenant imbalance. And my noble friend Baroness Lister rightly said, this is an achievement of a fairer balance between landlord and tenant whilst increasing tenant security. In fact, I actually welcome very much of what the noble lady, the Minister, said in her opening remarks. However, the point has to be made that unfortunately 3 Prime Ministers and 10 Housing Ministers later, and 5 years later since committing to abolish Section 21, nearly 85,000 households have been threatened with homelessness by a no-fault eviction. The government's dither and delay has had a catastrophic effect on families across the nation. And I want to also turn to the point made by my noble friend, Lord Hacking. I apologise he wasn't at the top of the list, but nevertheless, you made some very important points. And the point the noble Lord made, 225 amendments at common stage, 24 new clauses, 183 new amendments at report stage with 52 new clauses. And the actual amendments and clauses were more than the actual bill at the start of the bill. And I think that is a room for concern. We are seeing too many bills coming here with huge amendments coming through at report and committee stage. My Lords, renters are on the sharp edge of the current housing crisis and urgently need the protections and support in the bill. We will be pleased to finally see the abolition of Section 21 whenever that actually happens. Let me repeat, whenever that abolition actually happens, a point made by noble lords across this House. Since October 2023, the government have stated that they, I quote, will not commence the abolition of Section 21 until stronger possession grounds and a new court process is in place, end quote. The bill, as drafted, already provided for a two-stage commencement process for the introduction of the new regime with precise dates for new and existing tenancies to transition determined by the Secretary of State. However, the government amendment in the other place at report stage was so widely drawn with no time limits, no obligations on the Secretary of State to enact the ban on no-fault evictions regardless of the outcome of the Lord Chancellor's assessment. This would effectively allow the government to stall on the enactment of the ban indefinitely. And as the noble Lord Thurlow said, this could happen in 18 months, a year, or not happen at all. Landlords and tenants should be given certainty about precisely when the government's manifesto commitment to abolish Section 21 no-fault evictions will be enacted. As my noble friend Baroness Taylor of Stevenage said in her opening speech, we will bring forward an amendment to ensure that Section 21 of the Housing Act 1988 will be repealed on the day that the bill receives royal assent. We also welcome the simplification of tenancies, which will give renters more flexibility and rights. It is right that periodic tenancies should become the norm. For too long, renters have lacked basic power and control over one of the fundamentals of life, their home. Tenants have struggled to challenge unfair treatment without undergoing lengthy and expensive court proceedings. a point with my noble friend Lord Adonis in relation to lengthy proceedings he made very eloquently. Hence, we welcome the creation of a new ombudsman that has the potential to be an essential part of the redress system. And I agree with the noble Baroness, my noble friend Baroness Warwick of Undercliff, to ensure that we have proper steps there to ensure that it's a fair process for the procurement of the new private sector ombudsman. But if this ombudsman is given the proper teeth and resources, they will have an important role to play in levelling the playing field. My lords, the tragic death of 2-year-old Awab Ishaq caused by the damp and mould in his home shocked the whole nation. With our support, the government introduced Awab's law in the social housing sector, and they were right to do so. But the problem of debilitating damp and mould and landlords who fail to investigate such hazards and make necessary repairs is not confined to social rented homes. A Citizens' Advice report published last year made it clear that the private rented sector has widespread problems with damp, mould and cold, driven by the poor energy efficiency of privately rented homes. The report went on to evidence the fact that 1.6 million children in England currently live in cold, damp or mouldy privately rented homes. According to the English Housing Survey, 23% of homes in the private rented sector do not meet the decent home standard. That is around 1 million homes. This compares with 13% of owner-occupied and 10% of social rented homes. In the face of such a pervasive problem, we can think of no justification whatsoever for restricting Awab's law purely to the social housing sector. We hope that the government will agree and accept the same law for the private rented sector, because we think of no reason whatsoever why they would resist doing so. In the other place, the Minister Jacob Young said in relation to the issue of safe and decent homes, it would be dealt through enforcement by local housing authorities as well as a private rented sector ombudsman, and it considered that this is of no interest to tenants. We are not convinced with the government's response. How has the government determined that there is no interest in relation to Awab's law in the private rented sector from tenants? Has the government consulted with them? If anything, there is a stronger case for applying Awab's law in the private rented sector. Things are worse in the private rented sector, as illustrated by the Citizens' Advice statistic I've just read out. We will come back to this at a later stage in the bill. If the measures are appropriate for the social rented sector, they should be appropriate for the private rented sector. Does the noble lady, the Minister, accept that conditions in the private rented sector are far worse than either the social rented or owner-occupied sector, with 1.6 million children, as I said, living in cold, damp or mouldy homes? If so, why doesn't she support tougher measures to compel landlords to rectify these problems? Can I further ask the noble lady, the Minister, to tell us what estimates the government has made of the number of households likely to be threatened with homelessness by a Section 21 notice from now until the time when the Lord Chancellor completes his assessment of the courts? Is the noble lady concerned that the new, more vague definition of antisocial behaviour could lead to victims of domestic abuse being evicted on antisocial behaviour grounds while undergoing the trauma of abuse? A point my noble friend Baroness Lister made, as well as the noble lady Baroness Thornhill. My noble friend asked for justification for the wording. I look forward to see what response the Minister will give. My Lords, there have been a number of excellent contributions, but I want to pinpoint the very start of it, the really interesting historical significance that Lord Best provided us. The noble Lord outlined in the 1980s, the private rented sector was 9% of the nation's rented homes. In the 2000s, that became 20%. 2.3 million private landlords are still looking towards us to find towards this bill to ensure their life gets better. The noble Lord talked about the demise of council house building, and in terms of the social housing sector, the fact was from 34%, we've gone to 17%. What the noble Lord also outlined and reminded the House today, that there's been a doubling of the private sector renting and the halving of the social sector housing. And at the heart of what the Noble Lords were saying, the very centrepiece of this bill, that there is a lack of housing. There has not been enough housing built. And I was delighted to hear from Noble Lord Frost, who also made this very important point. And in fact, he outlined in 1977 a 300,000 target was met last then. And I like the fact the Noble Lord talked about reforming planning and building more houses, 300,000 per year. It actually sounded like he was reading the Labour Party manifesto for the next general election. But I understand the point. We need to create better housing, and there is a dysfunctional housing market, as the Noble Lord stipulated, as well as the government's consistently missing the housing targets. My Lords, the bill is an important step forward. Supporting renters at the sharp edge of the cost of living crisis is very important, and we should all support this. On these benches, we will work constructively throughout the passage of this bill. This is a vital piece of legislation because it seeks to provide greater security and stability for renters. This matters because housing instability destroys wealth creation, damages life chances, restricts educational prospects, and harms health. My Lords, it's not just about policies, it's about people, their dreams, fears, and aspirations. We need to build a system that uplifts everyone, regardless of their housing situation, a point the Right Reverend Prelate, Bishop of Chelmsford made in terms of safe, secure, and sustainable. On these benches, we strongly support fundamental reform of the private rental sector and have called for it for many years. Regardless of whether they are a homeowner, a leaseholder, or a tenant, everyone has the basic right to a decent, safe, secure, and affordable home. Much more needs to be done to decisively level the playing field between landlords and tenants, and the Labour government will seek to truly strengthen protections for private renters so that they finally get the long-term security and better rights and conditions they deserve. We look forward to working with Noble Lords across the House to strengthen this much-delayed bill and commit to a future where renters are empowered, where their rights are protected, and where housing stability is not a privilege but a fundamental right. We need to build a fairer, more compassionate housing sector, one that truly serves the people. I look forward to the Noble Lady, the Minister's response.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to close this debate and to reflect on the thoughtful contributions that we have heard. Firstly, maybe I should disclose that I have been a very happy tenant for many, many years with successive landlords who have welcomed my dog, my cat, and my children. And so, for me, the private rental sector plays a valuable role, and the bill's intention is to make the system work better for both landlords and tenants. And I'm grateful for the diverse and wide-ranging, sometimes contradictory contributions that have been made today, and I'm going to attempt to address these points in turn, though they may not be in order because my papers seem to have got a little jumbled. Firstly, I'll turn to the Section 21 abolishing and the court reform. And this was opened by the Noble Lady Baroness Taylor of Stevenage, who raises the issue about Section 21 being abolished immediately following royal assent. Our priority remains ending Section 21 as soon as reasonably possible. But these are the largest changes to the private rental sector in over 30 years, and it's critical we introduce them in a way that both protects tenant security and retains landlords' confidence in the new system. And as I stated in my opening remarks, there is a raft of secondary legislation which will be required in order to achieve this. Therefore, it cannot be done at royal assent. So the reforms in this bill will need to be supported by a robust and efficient court system for possession. And while the vast majority of tenancies end without any need for court action, an effective and efficient court system must be available for landlords and tenants who need it. And we're committed to ensuring that the reforms in this bill are appropriately supported in the courts. We've already invested £1.2 million for the courts and the Tribunal Service to deliver a new end-to-end online possession process. And on top of this, we're investing a further £11 million this financial year to deliver the new digital architecture for a new fully digitised system going forwards. The analogue system is being worked on now to help process the new Section 8 possessions on new contracts as soon as possible. The digitisation of the processes will follow as soon as possible afterwards for the existing contracts, provided that the Lord Chancellor's court assessment suggests the system can cope. And indeed, Lord Carrington and others who actually spoke about this and have asked, I will attempt to supply a visual chart for setting out indicative timelines for that Section 21 phases and the total abolition as we discuss this over the coming weeks. With regards to abolishing the fixed terms, concerns have been raised by noble lords about the shift to periodic tenancies and the removal of bilaterally agreed fixed-term contracts. So that we've had two sides of the House completely disagreeing on how this should be formed. As they suggested, we have introduced a restriction on the tenant giving notice to leave within the first 6 months, which will ensure that landlords have sufficient guarantee of rent and enough notice to find new tenants, and will provide tenants using rented properties, stop tenants using rented properties as short-term lets. And after 6 months, tenants will be able to serve 2 months' notice at any point, which is a significant improvement in flexibility compared to the current system. And we expect many to stay, of course, for the long term. Baroness Taylor, Stevenage and others, I would like to...
confirm. I think the tenant can serve notice after 4 months, but they leave after 6. Is that correct?
But my notes tell me it's 6 months before they can serve their notice. With regards to, I would then like to reassure the House that we are exploring potential exemptions to this 6-month period in extreme circumstances, such as where there are serious health hazards for the death of a tenant, victims of domestic abuse, and other such important issues. We will bring these forwards as the bill progresses. With regards to domestic violence, as many noble lords have raised, we recognise that domestic abuse can be interpreted as antisocial behaviour by neighbours. For example, frequent shouting, noise that's not tolerable. It would be wrong to evict victims, which is why it's important that the judicial discretion is used in ground 14 eviction cases. To consider eviction would be a reasonable step in these circumstances. With regards to a longer notice period for possession grounds, there are many noble lords who have raised this, but there are powerful arguments for longer notice periods that have been made today. But we believe that the notice periods for the grounds are set at a length which balances the need for both tenants and landlords. They give tenants time to find a new home while ensuring landlords can manage their assets when they need to. Noble lords have specifically called for tenants to be protected from the moving and selling ground for a longer period at the start of their tenancies. And we're already protecting tenants' security by ensuring that landlords will not be able to use these grounds in the first 6 months of their tenancy. And we believe that that 6 months strikes the right balance between improving security and, of course, allowing landlords to continue to feel confident in the market. The government is committed to preventing homelessness before it occurs. This bill will help to do this by abolishing Section 21 evictions, giving tenants greater security of tenure and hopefully reducing the risk of homelessness. We're also providing a total support of £108 billion over 2022-2025, an average of £3,800 per UK household to help households with a high cost of living. This includes increasing the local housing allowance to the 30th percentile of market rents from April, which will mean 1.6 million low-income households will be around £800 a year better off on average in 2024-2025, and over 740,000 have been prevented from becoming homeless or supported into settled accommodation since 2018 through the Homelessness Reduction Act. Between 2022-25, we're investing over £1.2 billion into the Homelessness Prevention Grant, which funds local authorities to work with landlords to prevent evictions and offer alternative sources of accommodation. With regards to Avap's law, I'm grateful for this being raised. No tenant should have to live in dangerous housing conditions. We agree. We are taking steps to ensure that hazards in rented homes are dealt with, but how we achieve this needs to take into account the differences between the private and social rented sectors. Our VABS law was developed for the social housing sector, in which landlords manage large portfolios, usually between 1,000 and 10,000 properties, and they have dedicated repairs and maintenance teams. It is not the right approach, we believe, for the private rental sector, in which 82% of landlords have fewer than 5 properties. Instead, we are strengthening enforcement against hazards in private rented homes. Local councils will be able to issue immediate fines of up to £5,000 if a dangerous hazard is present in a privately rented property and the landlord has failed to take reasonably practical steps to address it. We're also introducing the Decent Home Standard in the private rental sector for the first time, providing local councils with enforcement powers to require landlords to remedy failures to meet requirements. With regards to students, noble lords...
I just want to clarify, we had all these enforcement measures in the social rental sector, but we still brought in our VABS law. So the argument that we've got enforcement and decent home standard, we had all the support mechanisms there for the social housing sector. And I understand the difference between large social houses and couples and mum and dad families, but have one house. But they had all the support there. So why the differentiation? Why can't we have a VABS law there? Because even though you're saying that that this is a different situation, but you still had the opportunity to enforce and fine social housing landlords. But why would you differentiate it? It doesn't make it.
The difference I have just alluded to is the difference between one person having to get external maintenance people in there at the mercy of their agendas rather than maintenance crews that can be sent to those areas that need prioritising. I'm really sorry, I have got a huge amount of questions I'm trying to go and get through, so apologies for being abrupt. With regards to the ability for students, many noble lords have raised concerns about the impact of the reforms on the student market. And since introducing the bill, we have heard from across the sector that the bill as it was originally written would interrupt the student housing market, reducing the supply of vital properties in university towns and cities. We have listened to these concerns and have introduced a new ground for possession, which will allow landlords renting to students to seek possession ahead of each new academic year, facilitating the yearly cycle of short-term student tenancies. The ground has been carefully designed to balance the needs of both landlords and students. It will apply to any property that is let to full-time students as long as the landlord gives prior notice to the tenants at the start of the tenancy that the ground will apply. With regards to different dates rather than the traditional academic year, there is nothing to stop landlords renting properties in January to students starting their studies at that time. Most students will continue to move in line with the traditional academic year, and this ground provides a backstop for the majority of students studying from September. The alternative would be to allow the ground to be used at any point of the year, which would give tenants no certainty. With regards to the MOD accommodation, which was raised both in this debate and earlier today.
Can I just come in on the university point? I did ask the question whether the Noble Baroness, the Minister, would talk to the university sector about this. They have made very strong representations. They know far more about this than I have, and indeed Noble Lords around the Chamber have mentioned it as well. So can I ask her, please, to meet with the university sector to understand properly what their concerns are before we go much further with the bill. Thank you.
I can reassure the noble lady that those discussions are already ongoing. The department is in intense discussions with them and have been from the start of the introduction of the bill in the other place. With regards to the MOD accommodation, as a result of discussions in the other place, also, we are looking to apply the Decent Home Standard to homes for service personnel and their families. Service personnel and their families deserve homes that are safe and decent, just like everybody else. While 96% of service family accommodation already meets the Decent Home Standard, it is right that we explore whether we can put in further safeguards on housing quality for this sector. There are, however, features in service accommodation that mean we have to carefully consider the approach that is going to work best in practice. This includes the fact, of course, that significant proportions of this accommodation are located on secure military sites. The Department is therefore working closely with the Ministry of Defence and local authorities to urgently explore these matters and work out how it can be done. Baroness Pinnock and others have actually raised local authority funding. Obviously, we are fully aware that local authorities need to prioritise taking enforcement action against criminal landlords, and that it's essential to the effective implementation of the reforms. We're taking steps to facilitate and resource action against landlords who flout the rules. The new property portal will support local authorities in their enforcement action. It will provide information sources to enable local authorities to take action. And we're extending ring-fence penalties to support a polluter pays approach. We will also ensure net additional costs that may fall on local authorities are fully funded. And we've already taken action to support local authorities now. Our Pathfinder programme has allocated 14 million to test innovative ways to create sustainable enforcement teams that can be shared across all local authorities. In addition, our Healthy Homes project also provides funding for local authorities to test ways of increasing the compliance of landlords in tackling damp and mould. Specifically on pet notice periods, while I appreciate that tenants will want their request to be answered as quickly as possible, 28 days seems to be too short following discussions. A landlord could be on holiday or other reasons why they haven't been able to respond within a 28-day period, and therefore we're suggesting 48 days gives reasonable time for landlords but prevents them from delaying indefinitely. With regards to affordability and the local housing allowance and rent increases, some noble lords have rightly highlighted concerns about the affordability of housing. Others have expressed their concern about being able to charge market rates. I'm going to try and cover both of them. We recognise that the cost of living pressures that tenants are facing and that paying rent is likely to be a tenant's biggest monthly expense. The government is investing 1.2 billion restoring local housing allowances, raising them, and the significant investment means that many of these low-income households will gain a significant amount of money to help them towards their rental costs. For those most in need, discretionary housing payments are available to help meet housing costs, and the Household Support Fund has been extended to March 2024 to help with the cost of essentials. I will check those dates for you. I have just said March 2024, and we're currently beyond that, so I will check that and make sure we correct. Thank you. With regards to some noble lords have spoken about their concerns that the bill restricts landlords' ability to charge a market rent. I'd like to be very clear. Unlike the request from my noble Lady Baroness Jones, this government does not believe in rent controls. Nothing in this bill prevents landlords increasing rents to the market rate each year or dictates what rent a landlord can charge at the start of a tenancy. Tenants can appeal above market rate increases to the first tier tribunal. The tribunal will make an objective assessment and will determine a higher or lower or will determine a higher or indeed lower the proposed rent. Lord Malsford referred to the first tier tribunal. I think he wanted it to go. We are working closely with the Ministry of Justice and the Judiciary to assess the impacts on the first tier tribunal of this new bill. We anticipate that the reforms will lead to an increase in cases, but we will ensure that the tribunal has the capacity to deal with these cases. With regards to supply overall, noble lords have asked what measures in the bill will mean for supply in the private rental sector. I would like to try and reassure noble lords, if not today, then maybe as we go through this bill, including Lord Frost, noble and learned Lord Etherton and Lord Carrington, amongst others, that there is no evidence to suggest that a fairer private rental sector for tenants and landlords will lead to a reduction in supply. The statistics I have from the department suggest that the sector doubled in size from 2004, peaking in 2016, and has remained roughly stable since then. We will continue to monitor the impacts. New costs to landlords are expected to amount to a tiny fraction of average annual rents, just approximately £10 per landlord in England. We are by no means complacent and recognise the vital role that good landlords play in providing homes for millions of people across the country. That is why the bill requires the Department to provide an annual update to Parliament on the state of the private rented sector to include stock, size and location of properties. With regards to social housing supply, you've heard me at this dispatch box on a number of occasions talking about the Affordable Homes Programme of £11.5 billion. I won't rehearse those today in the interests of time, but they do underpin the supply part of the equation. And of course, since 2010, there have been an additional 482,000 affordable homes for rent, of which 172,600 are for social rent. With regards to retired clergy, the Right Reverend Prelate of Chelmsford, the Bishops of Chelmsford, has raised concerns that the Church of England Pensions Board will no longer be able to evict existing tenants to house retired clergy. The way this has been achieved at present is through the use of the Section 21, which we're abolishing. The Ground 5 allows landlords to evict tenants from properties which are usually held to allow ministers of religion to perform their duties when it is needed again for that purpose. She is therefore correct the ground will not apply in situations where they wish to house retired clergy. We've carefully considered the needs of both tenants and religious organisations when reviewing the grounds for possession, and we believe the ground balances the unique needs of the sector, ensuring that religious ministers can occupy properties when needed to carry out their duties with the rights of existing tenants. I will write to Baroness Pinnock and Baroness Warwick with regards to the Ground 1B impact on social landlords. With regards to the PRS Ombudsman, in terms of how we're going to select the administrator. So I bow to Baroness Warwick's much greater experience of Ombudsman than I, but I can tell you that the bill does allow for government to select a scheme through either an open competition or to appoint a provider to deliver a designated scheme. I will reiterate that we have not made a final decision on what is happening, and we are not ruling out the possibility of delivering this through alternative provision. Our priority is choosing a provider that offers a high-quality, value-for-money service, and I will seek clarification, the clarification you've asked for, and will revert with more details on the process being used as discussions continue through this bill. With regards to the cost of the Ombudsman, which Lord Marsford actually raised, it is right that the landlords pay for this scheme. It's in line with common practice for funding other redress schemes, including for social landlords who pay some £5.75, not anything bigger than that, per unit for membership of the Housing Ombudsman scheme, and we will ensure that the fee for private rental is proportionate and good value. With regards to the portal offences, local authorities will have a duty to enforce where landlords fail to comply with their portal obligations. Tenants who become aware that a landlord is, for example, not registered on the portal or has provided inaccurate information can contact their local authority so that they can take the appropriate enforcement action. I'd like to reassure Noble Lord Truscott that we recognise the importance of having a healthy supply of private rented homes at affordable prices in all parts of the country, which is why we're taking decisive steps to stop short-term lets undermining the supply of long-term homes for local people. This includes abolishing the furnished holiday lettings tax regime, introducing a national mandatory register of short-term lets, and introducing a new planning use class for short-term lets. With regards to Lord Adonis' suggestion that we should introduce a specialist housing court, we don't think that this is the best way to improve the court process for possession, a view that is shared by the judiciary who responded to our call for evidence. A new housing court would not address the concerns raised by the landlords, such as the timeliness and the complexity of the processes. We are committed to actually reforming the court system instead, and indeed the majority of tenancies end without ever going to court. Those that do go to court, where court reform is necessary, we will actually make sure that the system is working, and the new system will have great new training for the analogue system to do the immediate new contracts, and will be followed by digitisation, which I am actually a lot more optimistic that new large digitisation projects can now be delivered on time, and I am confident that we will be able to scope this and deliver it as quickly as needed. With regards to whether the portal, I apologise. If it's okay with the House, I will continue. There's not much left, but The portal duplicating the work of selective licensing. Unlike the property portal, selective licensing schemes aim to target specific local issues by enabling more intensive proactive enforcement strategies. Therefore, the two are complementary. They do not actually prevent each other from working. The noble and learned Lord Etherton, his question is very detailed and I'm sure very precise. With regards to that, I will actually write to the noble and learned Lord once my department's legal experts have time to consider his very detailed points. I'm in danger otherwise of stepping into waters I cannot do. With regards to comments on guarantors, we do recognise that some tenants have difficulties in meeting such requirements. The use of guarantors and upfront rent can give landlords confidence to rent to individuals they might not otherwise choose to, but we will continue to carefully monitor both practices to ensure that they're not having an adverse effect on the market. And we have already committed to limiting upfront rent through the Tenant Fees Act if necessary. With regards to the death of a tenant, we are extending the period for Ground 7 to be used. The government is aware that tenants who have been living in a property for a while may reasonably believe they have a right to remain living in the property, which is why we've introduced an extension from 12 to 24 months to help resolve cases where disputes might arise, particularly for grieving tenants. With regards to Baroness Thornhill and Baroness Lister on legal aid, the Ministry of Justice is investing an additional £10 million a year in housing legal aid through the non-means tested Housing Loss Prevention Advice Service, HLPAS, to give people the best chance of keeping their home when they fall into difficult financial times. Through this scheme, tenants can receive free, non-means tested advice as soon as they receive written notice that their landlord is seeking possession of their home. And the MOJ is funding a panel of specialist legal advisors to provide grant funding for the recruitment of trainee solicitors to support that endeavour. Free, on-the-day legal help will continue to be available when a tenant is facing the loss of their home at a possession hearing in the county court. With regards to the minimum efficiency standards, it is true that the private landlords must meet existing minimum efficiency standard, the MEES regulations, which are set at EPC E. Although we are not going to tighten that requirement as we have in the social sector, we will be working with landlords. We are currently investing some £6 billion this Parliament and a further £6 billion to 2028 on making buildings cleaner and warmer. This is in addition to the £5 billion that will be delivered through the Energy Company Obligation EC04 and the Great British Insulation Scheme up until March 2026. Landlords can participate and should participate in these schemes to upgrade their properties. In conclusion, I would like to thank all peers for their engagement with the bill thus far.
Excuse me, and I don't want to prolong this. I wonder if I might, in relation to the comments that the noble lady made on ongoing discussions about the role of the landlord ombudsman, I wonder if she could undertake to take into account, to ensure that this is taken into account. The Cabinet Office guidance makes clear the importance of avoiding multiple redress schemes within individual industry sectors, and it goes on to note that this is best achieved by utilising existing ombudsman schemes. I hope she'll take that into account, or ensure it is taken into account.
I will take that into account, but I'd also like to extend the invitation to the noble lady to actually meet with my team to discuss this matter in more detail. I'd like to thank all peers for their engagement.
Just before the noble lady sits down, it's a very simple question, I promise, a very short one. It is the one I raised right at the beginning of my contribution. Is it the government's view that this bill is going to increase the availability of rental accommodation or not?
As a quick answer, I cannot give you that clarification. The intention here is to improve the quality of the private rental sector stock and to improve the tenants' rights and to make sure that the landlords have the ability to bring back their property when they require it. With regards to the numbers, I will go back to the department and ask for an assessment on whether they think there is going to increase the supply. They tell me they don't think it's not going to decrease the supply. I will now actually go back and ask whether they think it might increase it.
Thank you for that very worthy answer, and these are very worthy objectives. I think the answer you're giving me is no, it's not going to increase, but I appreciate you're not quite focalising that. All the indications are I think it's going to decrease it, but we shall see.
As I say, there will be an annual report which will be monitoring in detail the impact of this bill, and we will have the data in very granular detail as a result of the private rental portal going forwards once that's established. As the bill progresses...
I also don't want to prolong this, but I and a number of noble lords, I think, mentioned the concern about the abolition of fixed-term tenancies, and the Minister mentioned that briefly at the start, I think, of your summing up. I wonder, not now, but at a future occasion or in writing, could the Minister undertake to set out in a little more detail the Government's reasoning as to why it is necessary to abolish fixed-term tenancies as well as the Section 21 as an option?
I will undertake to do that, and indeed invite all peers who would like to actually come and discuss these things in detail over the course of the progress of this bill to do so. I will be putting further dates forwards ahead of committee, so please make use of them, and I'm available to actually have those discussions throughout. And to conclude, that the Renters Reform Bill, I believe, honours the Government's 2019 manifesto commitment to create a private rented sector that works for everyone and to level up housing quality in this country. The reforms in this bill will give tenants greater security in their homes for generations to come. It will support landlords too, ensuring that they have the confidence to invest and hopefully invest more in the private rented sector in England. I look forward to working with noble lords during the passage of this important bill. I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content, the contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move the other motions standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary, not content, the contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.